Linux, man. It'll be fine. You can use Jack, and it's fine. Just run on Linux. Yeah. In the morning, trolls, you are connected directly to the heart of the Texas Hill Country.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for your Gitmo Nation national anthem.
Rise and sing, trolls!
In the morning, Gitmo Nation, we are all charged up to be human resources and servants in all lands and all ships at sea. From the east to west, down under to the lowlands and beyond. We are happy and distracted slaves. Hear our Gitmo Nation song.
ABC is as nice as 1, 2, 3. What's the premise? Do, re, mi. ABC 1, 2, 3. Baby, you're not C. ABC, it's as nice as 1, 2, 3. What's the premise? Do, re, mi. ABC 1, 2, 3. Baby, you're not C. Go, nail 'em in. Go.
The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism. All qualify.
Exact round numbers, nearly 40,000 have voted agreeing with me. Turning to President Trump's response to this major tragedy just a day after the aircraft collision, he blamed, without any evidence, his familiar scapegoats, the previous administration's DEI.
I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. They actually came out with a directive to white people that are competent.
But white people have always indulged in cannibalism. They ate their slaves. They ate black people that were free after the Emancipation Proclamation, after lynchings.
Unmentionable cuisine has recipes for everything.
All the luckiest people in
The Delectable Negro, which covers recipes of how to eat black people.
We're children.
I don't remember how the recipe goes. I don't think you have to grind it necessarily.
Eating other children.
Another book called Edible People.
With cornbread and grits on the side. 100% certified.
White people eat black people.
Tasting more like chicken than children.
I'm not just feeding you a bunch of bullshit. There are a plethora of books that you can look into that prove that this is a fact.
Oh. You guys are gross and racist. I love it. Hey, we might as well test the clean feed. I noticed we have a whole new interface. Did you see that?
I saw the memo, but my interface looks identical. I
have different fonts, and it looks a little crisper. And
no.
Oh, there was a memo? You got a memo?
Yeah. Well, it was the press release was sent to me about the
I didn't
stuff.
get anything.
Well, I could have forwarded it to you, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm the one that's paying for it. How come they didn't just send me a memo?
You just probably didn't see it in your inbox. I'm sure they did.
No, I check for these things. Every day I do a search in my email, clean feed.
I get mail from you from weeks ago.
Yeah, I know.
So let me go see what John had to say. I guess I should have done this last week. Oh, well.
Oh, well, there we go. Hey, in the morning to you.
Yeah, in the morning.
In the morning to the fat lady. Hello, there's a fat bitch, and she's got some Valkyries with her. are going to deconstruct it for you. If you're ready, there's your bat signal. Retweet the tweet, boost the toot, slash the X, and please whine on the blue cry. Episode 1736 of the best podcast in the universe, Your No Agenda Show, is next. Test,
C.
1, 2,
Dvorak.
3, test.
Yeah, test is good. If only I had some more gigawatt, everything would be just fine.
God, no.
just a little more gigawatt.
Stop sending it to him.
Yeah, more gigawatt, man. Come on, Eli, man. Don't hold back. I know you're holding, man. Send me some gigawatt. I know it.
Hit it.
Adam Curry, John C. Dvorak.
It's Thursday, February 6, 2025. This is your award-winning Gimbo Nation Media Assassination, episode 1736.
This is No Agenda.
Dropping the T's and broadcasting live from the heart of the Texas Hill Country here in FEMA Region number 6 in the morning, everybody. I'm Adam Curry.
And from northern Silicon Valley, where we're wondering whatever happened to the sock hop. I'm John C. Dvorak.
It's Craig Button Buzzkill in the morning. Okay, Boomer. The sock hop? What is that? What, the sock hop became the gig. It became the gig. Yeah, it became the gig. The sock hop.
It became the gig.
Became the gig. We're going to go down to Anton's, check out the gig. Yeah.
You know what a sock hop was?
Yeah, a sock hop is where the Bobby Soxers would go and dance and hop on their socks. Yeah, I know. My mom used to talk about the sock hop all the time. What was the sock hop? Please
The
enlighten me.
sock hop was a dance that the schools, the high schools generally, but I would say grammar schools too, would put on
Yeah.
in the gym.
Yes.
And they required everyone to wear socks so they didn't scratch up the gym floor with their shoes.
Well, now that's interesting. I didn't know that. So you had to wear socks over your shoes or just socks?
No, you didn't wear shoes. You just had socks. So the girls had socks. The guys, everyone wore socks. It was just a dance with a bunch of sock-wearing kids.
Have you attended one of these
Of course
sock
I
hops?
did. We had sock hops all the time. They're almost weekly.
Now, did you have to have the right kind of socks so people wouldn't point and go, "Yeah, look at them socks"? Or, I mean, what was the protocol?
That's actually an interesting point you just made,
Yeah.
because that never happened.
Really?
No one ever condemned the socks or even mentioned them.
Oh, socks had a better life back in the 50s.
I would say generally people wore gym socks, like the white fluffy ones.
But my mom was a Bobby Soxer. That was just the form of socks that were below the ankle.
That was just a sock type.
Yes. Bring back the Bobby sock. I think we should start that. Maybe Doge can help us. Bring back the Bobby sock. I'm going to sum up with this show. It's going to be very short. We're going to end in 1 minute and 13 seconds. I will sum up the news and then everybody can go home.
Elon Musk, Elon Musk, Elon Musk,
Elon Musk, Elon Musk,
Elon Musk, Elon Musk, Elon Musk,
Elon Musk, Elon Musk, Elon Musk, Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk. Elon Musk. Elon Musk. Elon Musk. Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, Elon Musk, and Elon Musk, Elon Musk, and Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk. Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, 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 or Elon Musk, Elon Musk, Elon Musk, Elon Musk,
Elon Musk. 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 Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, and Elon Musk,
Elon Musk. Elon Musk. Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, Elon Musk, Elon Musk, Elon Musk, or Elon Musk, Elon Musk.
I gotta say, President Trump is brilliant.
He is, and Musk is soaking it up. I think he
thrives. He thrives on it.
Oh, he's got him posted. He posts on X, Twitter, all his pictures of him, jumping around while they're yelling at him. It's overlaid, of course. It's from the same era, or the same genre. I got this. Not as good as that. That was great, by the way.
Thank you.
The ranting Dems. Play this. There's a ranting Dems about USAID.
A lot of these were floating around.
This is just a segment of what could be an hour.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We will not shut up. We will stand up. We will speak.
Before we play, what I love so much about this is there was pretty much nobody there. There was more news media than crowd.
Later on in the evening, there was a little bit more. And, you know, the MoveOn.org was sending out stuff, and I was looking on the Blue Cry. Then, by the way, what a mistake. I clicked on a link someone sent me. It was for a Blue Cry link. Oh, my Lord. Everything there is just... And it was like, we didn't elect Elon. We got... And this is before this, this very, very... demonstration by the Democrat Party mainly.
We will not shut up! We will stand up! We will speak up! We will rise up! What's dangerous is that people who work for USAID are wearing masks to protect themselves from Musk. This is a dictatorship in the making. We're not going to have apartheid in America anymore! Elon Musk has not been elected to anything!
And who the hell does Musk think he is?
He has absolutely no right in shutting down USAID. We cannot allow that. We've got to take to the streets.
But my kickbacks. This, even CNN was laughing at them. This was surprising to me. Even though it has that Scott guy, whatever, who's on the panel, it's pretty much all Democrat operatives at the table. And here it is. Listen.
Democrats agree that Musk is a problem, but listen to them today. And they have a piñata in search of a stick.
To our Republican colleagues, if you do not see the light, we will bring the fire. Resist! We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your asses.
We have days to stop the destruction of our democracy. We have work to do.
Tell Elon Musk to take his hands off your money.
We don't pledge allegiance to the creepy 22-year-olds working for Elon Musk. We pledge allegiance to the United States of America.
And goddamn it, shut down the city.
We will win. We will.
You know, these are the same people that threw a fit over saying the Pledge of Allegiance in the classrooms. So the irony is very prevalent.
Democrats need a real leader, okay? They need a real leader, which currently does not exist in the Democratic Party. And they have been caught completely flat-footed with the entire Trump presidency for the last 2 weeks, and Elon Musk. I said on CNN months ago that Elon Musk would be the most influential advisor to President Trump, and that is proving to be true. Like it or not, should have had a for this. We say this
2025.
Project to happen, which may go down as the smartest thing that any presidential candidate has ever done, from the young vote to tech to a million other things. So Democrats needed to have a plan, and it may be too late.
Yeah, Bakari, are you fired up after?
I'm fired up and ready to go. In my face.
Bakari. So when is the mark.
The thing is, from one of our me, when they back for that sense was KID. I got a lot of so skeptical of this old and you were wrong. I am real like the Democrats be in the same fuckers, whatever, fake, already quit, and so it's nothing's gonna happen. Who knew this was gonna fall apart like it did? Not Doge, but the USAID and God knows what else is next.
Well,
so that's what I'm talking about.
And I think you do have to admit at this point that we are indeed in the season of reveal. There's stuff being revealed. Yes, there's stuff being revealed that even I wasn't aware of. You know, like the Politico thing is amazing.
I've got clips on that too.
I'll lead you in. First, let me just do the best line outside USAID with the Democrat Party was Ayanna Pressley. I think she had a really good line.
We will see you in the courts, in Congress, in the streets. Elon Musk is a Nazi Nepo baby.
A Nazi Nepo baby. I don't even know where she gets the Nepo part from. But that was a good line, I think.
I don't get the Nepo. What was she talking about, though? What is nepotism is what that refers to, I'm guessing.
Yeah, Nepo baby is typically used in show business, for the
somebody whose kid began an actor in Europe.
Yeah, exactly.
What, Elon Musk's dad was a rocket scientist? What's she talking about?
But it was still good. And in the Netherlands, the Tesla showroom was vandalized with Nazi imagery, so it's starting. It's starting. They're striking out against Elon. I'm going to lead you into USAID.
Wait a minute. What?
Yeah, I know. Because he's a Nazi.
What's the Netherlands got to do with the price of bread?
Look, they have a Tesla showroom. Elon's a Nazi. The Dutch want their bikes back, so get out of here. I mean, it makes no sense. This is just vandalism for vandalism's sake. It's not like it's bothering them. They've got their own problems. That's probably what it is. And we're so frustrated that our country's going down the tubes. We're gonna call out Elon. I don't know. I'm gonna take you into USAID with a nice little transitionary clip from your man Capehart. You always say my buddies. Your man Capehart. You're the guy who brought Capehart to everyone's attention. He is.
And the line is your buddy.
Yeah, your buddy. He's gone flamboyant on everybody.
President Trump's aggressive efforts to undermine federal agencies with the help of Elon Musk. His latest victim is the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, a government agency that provides development and humanitarian assistance to countries around the world. Last night, the administration removed 2 of the agency's top security officials after they refused to allow 4 representatives from Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. They call it Doge. I call it Dodgy.
I call it Dodgy.
To access its offices, classified personnel files, and security systems that were reportedly beyond their own security levels.
Oh, no.
In addition, most of the staff at the agency's Legislative and Public Affairs Bureau was placed on administrative leave Saturday night. This afternoon, Musk referred to USAID as a, quote, criminal organization, adding that it was, quote, time for it to die. The agency's X account has since disappeared, and the website, usaid.gov, is offline. In addition, across the Justice Department and the FBI, prosecutors, agents, and leaders are facing down the looming threat of being fired by the administration and replaced with loyalists.
Loyalists, because he's a Nazi dictator. Loyalists. Okay, just briefly on USAID, and then I want you to start with you. I got a couple too, but I want you to start. We have been talking. This is bad for the show. We have been moaning about USAID, how they have been starting color revolutions, disrupting countries around the world, what a secretive organization it is with a whole bunch of douchebags in it for the entire length of this show. And now they're going to get rid of it? This is a problem. It's bad for the show.
Well, I never thought about it that way. We had, in fact, a guy that used to listen to the show, used to be a friend of the show, the economic hitman.
Yes, he went off the radar. I don't know what happened. Overboard. He didn't like
Well,
us.
he went to USAID.
and after we started moaning about USAID, he stopped emailing us.
No, we were moaning about USAID probably for a decade or longer.
Yeah, but then he went to work for him. He's like, hey.
Well, I think what happened, he also ran into at least a part-time girlfriend was this Russian spook for the State Department.
State Department spook. Yes,
she told him not to listen to this show. We have this happens once in a while, and
just as a point of order. USAID was started by executive order by President Kennedy. Congress then created the Foreign Assistance Act, which made money available. Not that the Congress doesn't, in that act, did not specify where it's going, but saying, oh, here's this money, and the president is the one who has the authority to say where the money's going. And at the time, in the executive order, on a permanent basis, President Kennedy delegated that authority to the Secretary of State. And that's why there's always been this spooky connection between CIA, of course, we know, embassies in foreign countries, which are run by the State Department, are the safe house for intelligence assets. And, you know, kind of their front of house is USAID, run by Samantha Powers most recently. You know, Victoria Nuland is the ambassador, or whatever, or was the ambassador to USAID. So this is all the wrong people, all of them.
Yes, Samantha Power, married to Cass Sunstein.
Is it Susstein or Sunstein? I think it's Sunstein. Sunstein.
Well, whatever. I thought it was Susstein. Yeah. Sunstein. He wanted the
Marxist.
Yeah, Marxist, and one of the early targets of Glenn Beck.
Yes.
Along with Soros, and Beck seems to have backed off on his old thesis. When he was working for Fox, he would always have a bunch of arrows. He had
the blackboard
with arrows going every which way, and always pointing at one of two people: Cass Sunstein or Soros.
Usually Soros at the end, I would say.
Yeah, Soros was usually the big boy.
Yeah,
and
the big boy. Yeah.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
But she was and then she was the ambassador to the UN. She's a sad sack looking redhead that's just Irish. She's not even born here. She was born in London, I think.
You know, she just posted on X that she got fired. You want to hear it?
Oh, I'd love to hear it. I have not seen it.
Well, you can imagine when you suddenly in your inbox find a termination notice or a leave of absence notice that you didn't expect to get on a flawed predicate you're doing radical leftist insubordination. It's pretty jarring. And because there's so many lies and falsehoods circulating, and so many claims that people are sort of not with the program, I think people are just completely dislocated. There's no stable ground on which to walk.
No.
And then, of course, most of them have been laid off, so they're worried about how they're going to pay the bills and how they're going to make rent. But maybe the part that is the most striking and for me inspiring, if not surprising, having worked there for 4 years, is that, you know, the people who work at USAID did not come to work at USAID for the money. The civil servants, the foreign servants, the contractors.
The parties.
They came to USAID because they wanted to make a difference in the world, because they saw America's interests as tied up with the interests of people, vulnerable people around the world. And so even as they're struggling to figure out how to make rent, all of a sudden, they're most struggling with the fear that so many millions of people who relied on us as a country, on USAID as an agency, but on them as individuals, that those individuals out in the world have no place to turn. And indeed, they're showing up and finding health clinics shuttered and soup kitchens closed and advisors who were helping governments renegotiate debt with China. Those advisors, now taken off the books. So just the wreckage in the world is what the USAID staff that I'm in touch with are carrying with them. That's what's keeping them up at night, as much as the question of what am I going to do tomorrow, and how do I take care of my family.
Yeah, projection much? It's like, well, how am I going to get? What am I going to do? What am I going to do tomorrow? I don't know what I'm going to do. So, okay. I mean, the most surprising thing, and then I want you to play your clips, the most surprising thing really was Politico, because that was supposed to have gone out the door with the Church Commission. There was not supposed to be funding of news organizations from government money, except for our public broadcasters, PBS and the National Treasure, NPR. But what an interesting gambit to have 1,000 subscriptions to Politico. And now I'm thinking maybe we'll uncover some book purchases that were done to get some people up into the top of the New York Times.
That's not so obvious. Oh yeah, let's give Michelle Obama $500,000 to, or half. What am I thinking? Millions of dollars to do a book nobody reads.
Well, not just
a Netflix conflict. I think the Netflix deals are the ones that are more extreme.
No, but I mean the state of USAID actually buying up books.
Yeah.
That's
when they start digging into this, it's going to go beyond USAID too, because as my clips, I'll have the USAID clips, and I got to play a couple others right after them, which indicate that the Pentagon and elsewhere is all part of this.
Well, save some room for my USAID clips.
Well, what USAID? Why don't you play yours first, and I can, because mine are more. I'd say mine are highly entertaining. But okay, we'll start. Let's start with these.
Okay.
This is now. I got these. Now, this is actually Jesse Waters. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
So Jesse Waters on Monday did a takedown of USAID.
This is why it's hilarious, because Jesse Waters is smug and he likes doing this kind of bit.
So I said, "Oh, this is good. I'm going to get this for the show." And then Tuesday comes along.
Yeah.
He does another takedown, which is better. I said, "Well, screw the Monday stuff. I'm going to do this."
Okay.
Record a bunch of stuff. So yesterday
he does
another one, and oh brother. So I used this, and I realized editing his stuff, and you'll probably catch a few of them. He's got the best writers at Fox, I believe, because he's got the best time slot. So they put the best guys there. And of course, they don't do credit rolls, so we have no idea who these writers are, and they don't get credited as typical at Fox. Fox in particular just tries to hide the writers. And I realized that, you really have to take Jesse Waters stuff and chop it up a lot, because he does little asides and what he thinks is funny. Yeah. He's not really funny.
No,
he's just got that stupid look on his face, he's got that Bugs Bunny look, and so he looks kind of amusing. So you cut all that stuff out, and the presentation becomes pretty good.
All right.
I'm just saying that in advance, because I don't want to hear you say, "Oh, I heard a cut." Well, because you're dog-eared about dogs.
You never hear mine. All right, it's okay. So I will not complain about your cuts.
It's probably, they're pretty good. But here's USAID one. This is the intro. This is gonna be 4 cuts from Jesse Waters.
Democrats were already losing their minds after Musk froze their foreign aid slush fund. Elon's the first government employee Democrats have ever won a fire. And he's not even taking a salary. We're $36 trillion in debt, and a few pennies got doged, and the Democrats are grabbing bullhorns like Bush after 9/11. Doge froze a $40 billion deep state super PAC and put 10,000 bureaucrats on paid leave. And it happened so fast, one worker had to be rehired to process people's final timesheets. All the expensive artwork hanging in the agency headquarters has been taken down and sold at auction. The website's down. And there's no more Bert and Ernie in Baghdad.
I would just say a strong message to Democrats who are out there pretending to be outraged about the long list of crap that this administration is cutting. Federal waste and funding, like $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala, $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt, $20 million on a new Sesame Street show in Iraq, $1.1 million to combat disinformation in Catalan. Go on, and I'm happy to provide this list to every single one of you. Democrats are outraged that the American people want to be, they want their taxpayers going to good uses, not stuff like this.
We've literally devolved into a meme war. This is so interesting. And leave it as Levitt, leave it. What's her? Is it Levitt?
Levitt, leave it. Leave it to Beaver. I had no idea. I'll tell you this. I love this woman. She is like young, and she doesn't use a binder.
No, she's got it all in her noggin. She's got it in her knower.
And she doesn't put up with any guff. She is the kind of she's the perfect foil for Trump. And she does add. I think she had lib stuff. She says stuff that I'm sure that if it was a male press guy, that Trump would chew him out. Trump's, I think, a little more liberal with women. He treats them slightly differently. and he lets her do her thing.
But she's good because these are all minor numbers in the grand scheme of things. But this is exactly the stuff that highly intelligent people. Did you hear about that? $2 million for exchange of the grievances here.
As Jesse brings a into the picture that many of like the art stuff I haven't heard of, and here we go. It's clip 2.
But we can add some more to the list. $43 million on a in Afghanistan that had no customers. Still less, though, than what Biden paid for a church here. Promote gays, lesbians, and $4 million for trans Serbia. $6 million. That's just how it was described. $17 million to promote inclusion in Vietnam. It's just probably another way of saying it. Carpet bond them, and then we paid them to cross-dress. Promote green transport in Georgia, the country. Not like we took the money. Bought them electric cars. The agency to put up a board that said for Arabic.
Come on. Figure it out.
Jewish photographers. Are you Jewish? Are you Arab? Do you have cameras? Here's a check. $8 million to teach Sri Lankan journalists how to avoid binary gendered language. Translation, we spent $8 million so that a reporter in Sri Lanka doesn't write he. Well, at least nobody died, right? Wrong. $122 million of the USAID money was given to terrorists. The Taliban is taxpayer funded. So is the Wuhan lab. So we're on a roll. The people. Spending the money can't even tell you why they're spending the money.
USAID. $2 million to strengthen trans-led organizations to deliver gender-affirming health care in Guatemala. So to each of you this morning, does this advance the interests of American citizens paying for trannies in Guatemala to the tune of $2 million? Yes or no, Governor?
I have no position. I have no
Of course
position.
you don't.
This is clearly all these NGOs and nonprofits, and they just took money. They just took money. This has always been the pipeline that we've always identified as the problem: is nonprofits and non-governmental organizations who are taking this money.
money.
Yes.
And also our taxpayer money's.
outlets, including Politico, who I know has a seat in this room, and I can confirm that the more than $8 million taxpayer dollars that have gone to essentially subsidizing subscriptions to Politico on the American taxpayers' dime will no longer be happening. The Doge team is working on canceling those payments now.
How critical is government funding to Politico's bottom line? I'm not sure. But on the day of the freeze, they couldn't make payroll for a couple hours. It's not just Politico. The New York Times got millions. BBC got money. PolitiFact was funded by the Biden administration. Biden was censoring you and funding independent fact checkers to call you a liar. The left somehow looks like one big astroturfed money laundering shell game.
Well, okay, that's a little disingenuous, Jesse Waters. The USAID has been there through many different political powers running the country. So it's not just the Biden administration. It's not just, you know, the left and the Dems. It's the fundamental problem in government, and this government's everywhere. Except for some reason, this president is pulling it apart. He got nothing to lose. It's very interesting. Where's the what's his face?
This is a clip from one more clip after this.
Okay.
This is the USAID. This is from E Entertainment News. The E,
E. They still around? E's still around?
Yeah, they're still around, and here's their report.
USAID sponsored American celebrity visits to Ukraine after Russia's full-scale invasion. Angelina Jolie, $20 million. Sean Penn, $5 million. Jean-Claude Van Damme, $1.5 million. Orlando Bloom, $8 million. Ben Stiller, $4 million. This was done to increase Zelensky's popularity among foreign audiences, particularly in the United States. The involvement of celebrities made it easier to coordinate funding programs for Ukraine during the conflict.
I'd like to see some paperwork on that. Angelina Jolie, $20 million, really? I'd like to see the paperwork on that. Is it a big check, like one of those publisher clearinghouse?
Big giant check.
Here, Angie, there you go. And
it's an accusation that they're going to have to deal with. Now, the last clip I have is just shows that this is not, I mean, USAID is the target right now, but then I ran into this crazy clip from Alex Jones.
Oh, yeah, all right.
On Reuters, and this is some Pentagon, some stuff that was brought up from some Pentagon research, and I think the Pentagon's unless something stops and they manage to stop Musk, who's gone on a rampage with a bunch of kids. He's hired a bunch of young.
This was so. I saw the executive editor of Wired doing interviews everywhere because it was the outstanding reporting from Wired. Outstanding reporting from Wired. They did really good work. Wired magazine did outstanding reporting, and they're the ones like, well, these are 19 to 26-year-old kids. What are they doing? Who else? Who do you think is programming your life? Who do you think? Well, besides
who has the energy?
Besides anonymous Indians, and I'm quite sure that this is a team that Musk is the spokeshole for. I don't think he's in there rousting around because...
No, I agree.
If he was, he'd have the kitchen sink and he'd do an X post and we'd see that.
I've said it a million times. I'll say it again.
A billion!
I said it at least twice.
Yes, that's more like it.
Which is slightly different than a million, I suppose. Yes. If you're going to be picky.
Just at 12, I learned it from the best.
I would say that, Musk knows how to pick people. He has a knack for getting people. There's a funny thing about this, an old story about Microsoft when Gates was building the company out. And he was kind of at the time, now he's off the rails, but back in the day, he would always, this was a known Microsoft story when he was staffing in Redmond. You'd come in from some other company, and he said he would always insist that if you're going to come to work for Microsoft, you have to be willing to take whatever money you were making over at Oracle or whatever company you were working for before. You had to take a cut in pay because it was important that you took a cut in pay to show that you really wanted to work for Microsoft.
You wanted to be there. Oh, wow, interesting.
Yeah, and that was always it was one of those. That story, everybody knows that story. So here we go with Alex Jones, and this is like, of course, Alex Jones dramatized this great, but here we go.
Reuters, for active social engineering defense, ASCD, and large-scale social deception, LSD. That's how, in the grants, at usspending.gov, Department of Defense, Thomson Reuters Special Services, that's MI6, to look it up. Active social engineering, defense, large-scale social deception. Zoom in on that. Look at that.
Look at that.
Just look. Of course, they want to keep it secret that the Pentagon's paying Reuters to, what's the exact term? I just read this for the next 4 hours over and over again. Active social engineering defense, ASED, and large-scale social deception, LSD. Boy, that sounds like what good people do. And there it is on the DARPA website, where they tell you about active social engineering defense. So they didn't tell you what they do, lie to you. And it's the Pentagon going, we want to help deceive the public, Reuters, help lie, run our deception engineering operation. I mean, God, here's the bad guys don't call themselves the bad guys. That's like little kids shows like the Decepticons. The Pentagon's like, we're the Decepticons. Lie to the American people. Look, I'm wearing a red cape and horn.
Well, this is, we've talked about this, about DARPA working on social networks and understanding how to engineer outcomes through the law of large numbers and how large networks operate in general. And then the, was it NSA or CIA? I think it was military. who recruited to be the ghost in the machine. Remember that creepy ad? Be the ghost in the machine. It was NSA.
Right, I remember,
be the ghost in the machine. So, and if you something into easier government to psyop us and to control our thinking, and I don't care if it's run by Elon Musk or not. X is a perfect place for that. But the one that's really good is Blue Cry. I mean, whoa. I mean, what's going on there is it's amazing.
I have to, I have relented from looking at the Blue Cry feeds during this last week or so, but I'm going to have to go.
Oh, it's amazing.
Because it's got to be distressing because these people are insane over there.
Well, and I log in. Now, I haven't looked at Blue Cry in weeks. I log in, I see I have 20 messages. And there's people going, people who listen to our show. You said that, how about this? What's this? I'm like, wow.
That's what they sound like, too.
Yes. Logged right out, like, I don't want to read this. I have no. And Scott Galloway he posts. Times an hour. This is no good. Anyway, on USAID.
But before we continue with any more discussion, I do want to say these clips, and including the Jones clip, this is an amazing indictment of mainstream media as being completely and totally corrupt, and I would say useless to the general public unless you just want to be led around by the nose.
Yeah.
By somebody that's leading you around the nose for some a nefarious reason, I'd say, just in general. This is not good.
Here's a short clip of Elon talking on Spaces with his impression. So he's doing his job. He's doing his job perfectly. He's getting out there. He's doing the talking where he needs to do the talking. He's not. I don't think he was doing this from inside the USAID building or sleeping in the bed next to the Oval Office or whatever is out there. But he kind of summed it up with something that sounded very Trumpy.
As we dug into USAID, it became apparent that what we have here is not an apple with a worm in it, but we have actually just a ball of worms. And so at the point at which you don't really, like, if you've got an apple that's got a worm in it, maybe you can take the worm out. But if you've got actually just a ball of worms, it's hopeless. And USAID is a ball of worms. There is no apple. And when there is no apple, you've just got to basically get rid of the whole thing. That is why it's got to go. It's beyond repair.
So okay. Now, here's two serious clips because we can stomp on people all day long. Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, who I'm liking more and more. I have to say,
I am too.
I'm liking him more and more.
It's like one of those things where he found himself. It seems to be.
Yes. Well, part of it. Go ahead.
Because everybody on both sides of the aisle always assumed that, and because of Marco's little Marco, when he was little Marco, and he did the small hands joke, and he was going after Trump, and he was running against him, they all assumed that he was pretty much like them, that he was an old Republican.
Yeah.
Old-fashioned Republican. He's not turning out to be that way. He's turning out to be a radical Republican, Trumpist type Republican, and he handles it so beautifully. It's a phenomenon.
Yes, and of course, he's still not to be trusted. Can't trust anybody. But
I agree.
He did I think this with Fox, and they asked him, because now he's the acting director of USAID, and he had a very clear, concise overview of what's going on and how it's corrupt and rotten, and here it is.
So you're now the head of USAID. The head of Doge, Elon Musk, called USAID a criminal organization and added that it is time for it to die. Do you agree with that?
Let me walk you through the history of this agency.
And this is good. He knows the history. This like this.
Dealt with it for 14 years in the United Senate. created as a way of doing humanitarian assistance in the world, separate from the State Department at the time. But it said you have to take Secretary of Security Council elements of government. They have basically evolved into an agency that believes that they're not even a U.S. government agency, that they are a global charity, that they take the taxpayer money and they spend it as a global charity, irrespective of whether it is in the national interest or not.
By the way, one of the few people these days who uses the word correctly instead of saying irregardless, he says irrespective. He gets a point. Gets a point for that.
Irrespective of whether it is in the national interest or not in the national interest. One of the most common complaints you will get if you go to embassies around the world from State Department officials and ambassadors and the like is USAID is not only not cooperative, they undermine the work that we're doing in that country. They are supporting programs that upset the host government for whom we're trying to work with on a broader scale and so forth. So they're completely unresponsive. They just don't consider that they work for the U.S. They just think they're a global entity and that their master is the globe and not the United States. And that's not what the statute says, and that's not sustainable. The President put a pause on all foreign aid. We found a lot of cooperation in the State Department, and we have issued dozens and dozens of waivers. As we go through all the foreign aid programs in the Department of State, the ones that make sense, we issue a waiver, they go back on. We've already done it for dozens of programs.
So, okay, so that makes total sense. You know, oh, there's someone starving. Okay, we'll help those people out. But then he gets a little tricky. Because we know the State Department is really the huge monster, and here's, the State Department's great. They're great. Remember, Marco Rubio has been on the Intelligence Committee for a long time, so I think he's protecting his turf here.
So we're going through it at the State Department portion of foreign aid. We find cooperation. State Department people have been great, and we're issuing waivers, and we're getting input, and it's working. We go to USAID, which is a big chunk of foreign aid, $40 billion or so. They're completely uncooperative. They won't tell you what the programs are. They refuse to answer questions. They try to push through payments. Even after the executive order, they were still trying to push money through the system.
Can it be reformed, or does it need to die?
Well, that was always the goal, was to reform it. But now we have rank insubordination. Now we have basically an active effort where their basic attitude is, we don't work for anyone, we work for ourselves. No agency of government can tell us what to do. So the President made me the acting administrator. I've delegated that power to someone who's there full time, and we're going to go through the same process at USAID as we're going through now at the State Department. I think there are this is not about getting rid of foreign aid. There are things that we do through USAID that we should continue to do. That makes sense. And we'll have to decide, is that better through the State Department, or is that better through something, reformed USAID? That's the process we're working through. There are things that are happening at USAID that we should not be involved in funding, or that we have a lot of questions about, but they're completely uncooperative. So we had no choice but to take dramatic steps to bring this thing under control.
So we'll see. The State Department seems pretty safe, and there's a lot of nonsense going on there. It's heavily intertwined with the Central Intelligence Agency. When it comes to media corruption, though, Michael Schellenberger pops up. And I'm not really a super fan of Michael Schellenberger, but he dug in and he found finance the initial Trump impeachment.
The House of Representatives impeached President Donald Trump in December 2019 after a White House whistleblower went public with evidence that Trump had abused his powers by withholding military aid to Ukraine in order to dig up dirt on his rival Joe Biden. In the complaint, the whistleblower claimed to have heard from White House staff that Trump had, on a phone call, directed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to work with his personal attorney at the time, Rudy Giuliani, to investigate Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. The whistleblower who triggered the impeachment was a CIA analyst who was first brought into the White House by the Obama administration. Reporting by Dropsite News last year revealed that the CIA analyst had relied on reporting by a supposedly independent investigative news organization called the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project.
That's so good.
Or the OCCRP, which appears to have effectively operated as an arm of the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, which President Trump has just shut down. The CIA whistleblower complaint cited a long report by OCCRP 4 times. The OCCRP report alleged that 2 Soviet-born Florida businessmen were key hidden actors behind a plan by Trump to investigate the Bidens.
Do you remember those 2 guys? Remember those 2, Boris and
Natasha.
and Boris and Natasha standing next to Trump at some function. They took a picture with him, and then all of a sudden, oh, they were key.
Those two businessmen connected Giuliani to two former Ukrainian prosecutors, according to OCCRP. The OCCRP story was crucial to the House Democrats' impeachment claim, which is that Trump dispatched Giuliani as part of a coordinated effort to pressure a foreign country to interfere in the 2020 presidential election, which is why the whistleblower cited it 4 separate times.
Yeah, he goes on and on and on about this, but
yes, that was a good clip. I saw him do this. That was I'm glad you got that.
He's kind of dry.
He doesn't have much. He doesn't have pizzazz.
So USAID spent through political non-governmental organizations over $40 million on the Georgia elections, Georgia the country, which of course was contentious. This is really, it's to me, this is quite entertaining. I mean, it's
very entertaining.
It's more than I expected. It's a lot more than I expected.
Yes, well, that's for sure. Me too. And although you seem to have been expecting from the season of reveal, but that's okay. I won't criticize you.
No, that's just the word I received, and here it is. I mean, the prophecy is true. This season of reveal. You can't deny it. You're going to try, but you can't.
So this is going to continue at this breakneck pace.
Rapid rate, yes.
They don't know what to do about it. It's one thing after another. The thing that's really I don't know how to call it, but his approach to women's sports with that executive order, I thought was a big deal.
I have the clip here. Hold on a second.
I have a clip too.
Yeah, this is
President Trump delivering on a campaign promise with an executive order that may or may not be legal.
We will not allow men to beat up, injure, and cheat our women and our girls. From now on, women's sports will be only for women.
While several high-profile cases fill the cable news airwaves, including swimmer Riley Gaines, who lost a college competition to a transgender person, the reality is it rarely happens. In December, the NCAA president indicated the policy allowing transgender women to compete might change if federal law becomes more clear. But in the same hearing, he revealed that of the 510,000 college athletes, he was aware of only 10 who were transgender. Ashley O'Connor transitioned while a student at Downers Grove South High School. She's now in college, but knows firsthand the impact of being allowed on the girls' badminton team during a difficult time.
For being able to express myself openly and honestly helps so much. I haven't self-harmed for, I think, a bit over 4 years now.
I mean, this is a person who needs different kind of help. Because I can express myself through badminton. I haven't self-harmed. This person needs a different kind of help.
Where'd you get that report? This report is slanted.
Of course it's slanted. This report is from, it's probably from France 24. Let me see, trans-Maoism. The Chicago, WGN. Hello. It's obvious where it's from. All right, but you get the idea. What they're saying is,
play this clip. This is the executive order about men in the locker room. This is on NTD, and this is NTD is slanted. But NTD is always anti-Chinese slanted. Here's they hand.
One of President Trump's latest executive orders will provide, quote, equal opportunity for women and girls, quote, men of women's sports.
Last year, a male cyclist as a woman competed in the 800-mile Arizona trail race, a very big deal in cycling, and obliterated the women's course record by nearly 5.5 hours.
A White House document says the executive order upholds the promise of Title IX and ends the dangerous barriers and unfair participation of men in women's sports.
We're putting every school receiving taxpayer dollars on notice that if you let men take over women's sports teams or invade your locker rooms, you will be investigated for violations of Title IX and risk your federal funding.
While signing, Trump was joined by over 20 women and their daughters from parental rights advocacy group Moms for Liberty. Women's sports advocates Riley Gaines and Paula Scanlon were there also. Title IX, passed in 1972, prohibits sex-based discrimination in any school or other education program that receives federal funding. And the U.S. officially has a new Attorney General. Pam Bondi was sworn in on Capitol Hill with Trump in attendance. The Senate confirmed Bondi on Tuesday, 54-46, with Democrat Senator John Fetterman joining Republicans in the vote. Bondi says she will make the country proud.
And I will restore integrity to the Justice Department, and I will fight violent crime throughout this country and throughout this world and make America safe again.
So what, considering the numbers, it is just, as you've pointed out, it's just so crazy that the Democrat Party wanted to die on that hill, as you said. And
they're still onto it, on the hill.
And I can't wait for my hate listen tomorrow to find out what, because Kara Swisher, leading lesbian advocate, continuously has held to the opinion that the war on trans was because the Republicans hate gay people. Well, nothing could be further from the truth, because they're actually being protected in this case. This is from Denver.
While the preview for the U.S. Department of State's website still shows resources for LGBTQI plus prospective adoptive parents, the moment you click in, you'll see a new acronym.
By the way, they're showing the Google search results, so it's like a cached result that has the link LGBTQI, and then when you click in, well, yeah, they changed it, but Google hasn't updated.
Prospective adoptive parents, the moment you click in, you'll see a new acronym, LGB. The same is found for LGB travelers.
To remove the T from the transgender identity.
I don't have to tell you what this person was like. You know these from your TikTok clips.
All federally funded websites and resources sends a really big signal.
Jax Gonzalez is the political director at One Colorado, the state's largest LGBTQIA advocacy group.
I'm a little bit of a history nerd. Was GLB, so gay, lesbian, and bisexual. You can see that used in the 70s and 80s to identify.
Representing lesbians then became the first letter to represent their contributions during the HIV and AIDS epidemic in the late 80s.
This I didn't know, by the way, from this self-proclaimed history nerd. I didn't know that the L moved to the front after because of the lesbians helping in the AIDS epidemic. This
is a point of contention. When I was at when Cranky Geeks was being produced by Ziff Davis, and I was at the office, we had one of our producers was a very flamboyant gay guy. Mm-hmm. And he was one of those guys who had a lot of opinions about things. And I've talked to him and other gay males about this, and they, for the life of them, cannot rationalize or understand why, and they're a little irked about it, that the G was replaced by the L.
Well, here's the official story from the history nerd.
Letter to represent their contributions during the HIV and AIDS epidemic in the late 80s.
Nurses would refuse to treat men who were dying of HIV and AIDS. And so lesbians stepped in, lesbian nurses, lesbian volunteers.
Then in the 90s, the T representing transgender people was added.
Man, I do not remember that being the 90s. I remember that being in the mid-2000s. Do you remember the T being added in the 90s?
I'm going to have to do some work on this.
There was the death of Brandon Tina. That was a young trans man. And after that, we had a surge of visibility of transness.
Advocates say they're confident that while a letter has been erased, transgender people won't be.
We're no longer being recognized by the federal government. I think what's true is that we don't need to be in order to be the people we are.
Yeah, there you go. Good. Everyone's happy now. It's fine. So LGB is protected. And the T, which was, and the Q, I mean, man, the Q thing, that's what threw everybody for a loop. The Q thing just became this tack-on excuse, which was a problem.
I have a couple of clips that kind of relate to this, and one of them I thought, I'll hold off on this. This is a Irish journalist who went on a tear about the trans conundrum and what's really the problem with it, which is the investment of the parents that have transitioned their children.
Yes.
And how it's created. This woman is Helen Joyce. We might as well play it.
Oh, Helen Joyce.
Helen Joyce is she's an, I wouldn't say she's anti-trans because I don't think she is anti-anything, but she's an observer, and she is seen as, she's like Rowland, the Harry Potter writer.
Yes.
As a hater of trans, when it's not the case. And she has this interesting observation to make about the investment that people have made into this movement, into the trans Maoist movement, that is kind of depressing.
Maybe not a thought of is that there's a lot of people who can't move on this, and because that's the people who've transitioned their own children. So those people are going to be like, the Japanese soldiers who were on Pacific Islands and didn't know the war was over.
Right.
They've got to fight forever. This is another reason why this is the worst social contagion that we'll ever have experienced. A lot of people have done the worst thing that you could do, which is to harm their children irrevocably because of it. Those people will have to believe that they did the right thing for the rest of their lives, for their own sanity and for their own self-respect. Yeah. So they'll still be fighting. And each one of those people destroys entire organizations and entire friendship groups, and now you can't talk truth in front of that person, and you can't, because what you're saying is you as a parent have done a truly human rights abuse. Yes. That's an awful thing to your child that cannot be fixed. There are specific individuals who are really actively against women's rights here, and it's not known why they are, but I happen to know through the back channels that it's because they've trans their child. And so those people will do anything for the entire rest of their lives to destroy me and people like me, because people like me are a standing reproach to them. I don't want to be. I'm not talking directly to them. I don't spend my time bitching about them. But the fact is that just simply by saying we will never accept natal males in women's spaces, well, it's their son that we're talking about, and they've told their son that he can get himself sterilised and destroy his sexual function, and women will accept him as a woman. And if we don't, there's no way back for them and their child. They've sold their child a bill of goods that they can't deliver on, and I'm the one who has to be bullied to try to force me to deliver on it. So those people are going to be the people who will keep this bloody movement going, I'm sorry to say, because they've everything to lose.
Yeah, we've played Helen Joyce before. I'm not going to play them now, but male erotic fixation leads to children must be trans, and then trans Maoist parents fighting to the death. She's been very consistent in this. Can we, in the United States at least, can we put this squarely on the shoulders of the Democrat Party now is the question. That they are the ones.
It's an interesting coincidence.
What do you mean?
To me.
What do you mean coincidence?
Well, that most trans advocates and trans Maoists and people who trans their kids, and Hollywood people in particular, Jamie Lee Curtis, Megan Fox, and all these others that have boys that made them into girls, or vice versa, depending. And they're all Democrats.
Yeah.
I suppose there's a Republican or two out there that has a trans kid who may be really. I mean, there are people that do have genuine gender dysphoria, but it's incredibly rare. It's not. This is This is a movement. This is not. This is something else. This is what she calls a social contagion. Is what she.
Contagion is the right word. I mean, it's totally contagious.
Well, it's like June bugs. I mean, it's hysteria that's created this. And also a few scientists and some pediatricians, including the American Pediatrics Board, and these the horrible pediatrician, which I said before, I think is the worst of all the doctors. And with their vaccine schedules, and they kick people out of their. If you don't want the vaccine, you can't even go to them. Kind of problem we've talked about on the show. So it's just Democrats. I mean, I suppose there's probably got to be a Republican there somewhere, but it's largely, I'd say, 90% plus Democrats. So why is it Democrats?
Democrats and the media. The media, which
well, the media is 90%
yes.
Democrats too. This is just Democrats.
Exactly.
So we're talking about Democrats.
Yes.
Why?
Yeah. Well, it's because, trans-Maoism, it's a Marxist movement, and
it's Marxism. There's Marxism behind it. That's got to be it.
And it became a form of religion, which is what the Marxists always try to do.
Right, because they're
atheists.
traditional religions.
Yes. I want to talk just briefly about the tariffs that were on and then were off, and I think that
come on, JB Hunt,
that this on and off and wait for a month. To me, I think it was a test that President Trump ran to see how the dollar would respond, which was quite interesting. I mean, the dollar just skyrocketed in value, and then he took them off, and they went right back down. One of our producers sent me a paper written in 24th of November 2024 by Trump's chairman of economic advisors, Stephen Mirren. And he talks about the Truckin dilemma, which I'd never, or sometimes known as the Truckin paradox. Have you ever heard of this before?
No.
The Truckin paradox, identified by Belgian American economist Robert Truckin in the 60s.
Who is this fucking guy?
His basic thesis was that the problem with a country having the reserve currency that is over time, your currency, the U.S. dollar, becomes overvalued, so that you almost naturally have to shift all of your production overseas because it just becomes much cheaper everywhere. And the paper is 47 pages.
I wonder how he escapes the call center.
And I'm trying to mark stuff up, and my brain is just certainly hurting. But it seems what he is saying is that, so if you put a tariff of 10% on goods, does have a slight inflationary effect on local on goods that you import. But he says it's more like 50 basis points, 1% tops. But then when you get to 20%, there's so much pain in the market, and if simultaneously you can bring down interest rates, there's so much pain in these overseas markets. They have to shift they have to go through a separate country. China's already doing that, of course. Oh, well, it's coming from Vietnam. It's not coming from China. It's coming from somewhere else. Mexico, exactly. That there is a way to prevent the country from going into the Truckin paradox death spiral. And all the numbers that he has in this paper, like the 60% we've heard President Trump talk about, they're all in there. And so it seems like President Trump is trying to figure out what he can do, because he needs a reset of the global financial system, not the way the World Economic Forum wants to do it. And this guy, I think, is pretty funny. He says, look for a new Bretton Woods accord. And he says, since all of these accords have always been named after the resort where they came up with it and signed it, he says we should be on the lookout for a Mar-a-Lago accord, where somehow the currencies will be reset. And I know we have really smart people out in Gitmo Nation, so any simplification of this process would be appreciated. And at the same time, the stablecoin gambit seems to be playing up with the most interesting people at the table, especially this what's the guy's name from Cantor Fitzgerald. Hold on a second, I have his name here somewhere. Lutnick.
Oh yeah, Lutnick.
And so
that's Musk's a big fan of this guy.
Oh yeah. Well, there's no doubt, and we have to talk about that. But so here's two clips about the president signed the executive order for the Sovereign Wealth Fund.
This is an executive order, discharges your Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and your Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, to begin a process that will hopefully result in the creation of an American Sovereign Wealth Fund.
It's a very exciting event. We're going to have a Sovereign Wealth Fund, which we've never had. We have a lot of things that create wealth, and you've seen that over the last 2 weeks. I think we've created more wealth. Other people have created de-wealth. The people, my predecessors, we're creating a lot of wealth. Scott, maybe you'd like to say something about it, and I'd ask also Howard to say something about it.
So first we get Scott Bessent, and he's going to say, oh yeah, we're going to put all kinds of assets into this Sovereign Wealth Fund, which to me means perhaps tokenizing our public lands. I mean, there's all kinds of things that have been discussed in this regard.
Oh my fucking God.
Yes, sir, this is very exciting. We're going to stand this thing up within the next 12 months. We're going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American people.
Now, how do you take that? Monetizing the asset side of the balance sheet for the American people. How do you take that?
Just what you said.
Yeah, it's like we got oil.
What are American assets? Where there's the industrial base is considered an American asset.
Yeah.
But the federal government owns like half the land in this country, which a lot of people, including Milton Friedman, think was a bad idea. We shouldn't own any land, but we own it, and we do. And the land is valuable, especially in some places like certain states, California, for example. That's an asset, big one.
All right.
We're going to put the assets to work, and I think
that's tokenization. I guarantee you they're going to make it into some kind of crypto.
It's going to be very exciting. We're going to study best practices that's done around the world. It'll be a combination of liquid assets, assets that we have in this country as we work to bring them out for the American people.
Extraordinary size and scale of the U.S. government and the business it does with companies should create value for American citizens. If we are going to buy 2 billion COVID vaccines, maybe we should have some warrants and some equity in these companies and have that grow for the help of the American people. So I bring all these things together. I think Scott and I will create an amazing sovereign wealth fund for you.
That's Lutnick, and you could not have used a worse example, you dumbo. Like, oh yeah, we buy 2 million COVID vaccines.
2 billion.
Did you say 2 billion? He's stupid. What a stupid thing to say. Now, Lutnick.
Yeah, that was dumb.
I think
that got a lot of attention.
As it should. I think that Lutnick owns about 5% of Tether. Tether owns, I think, about $150 billion worth of U.S. debt. I believe that part of the gambit here is to spread our debt amongst the global poor by issuing. By issuing.
Hey, well, we're good at this stuff.
We're good at it. Well, we have never done this one. By issuing stable coins based upon debt that we keep in America. And, because Tether, they make like $4 billion a year just by holding $100 billion worth of paper, and there's like 20 people at the company. Like, oh, they just hold the paper, they get the interest, and they issue these stable coins so we can continue to use it'll probably be Tether, use the stable coins as, hey, everybody can use our dollars now, everybody, it's digital, it goes everywhere. It devalues, but okay, there's something at play here, including having assets of companies in the sovereign wealth fund. Is very, very different type of economics for us. And then, of course, President Trump tries to popularize that with this.
So other countries have sovereign wealth funds, and they're much smaller countries, and they're not the United States. We have tremendous potential in this country, tremendous. You're seeing that what's happened just in a short period of time. And as an example, TikTok, we're going to be doing something perhaps with TikTok. Perhaps not. If we make the right deal, we'll do it. Otherwise, we won't.
So we're going to own half of TikTok. This is amazing.
But I have the right to do that, and we might put that in the sovereign wealth fund whatever we make, or if we do a partnership with very wealthy people. A lot of options, but we could put that as an example in the fund, and we have a lot of other things that we could put in the fund. And I think in a short period of time, we'd have one of the biggest funds. And you know, some of them are pretty large. I must tell you, some of the Saudi Arabia fund is on the large side, but eventually we'll catch it. But we're going to create a lot of wealth.
We're going to have the best funds.
And I think it's about time that this country had a
large funds.
And these two gentlemen and some others.
Saudi Arabia has a large fund. Ours is going to be bigger.
And they're going to do a great job. Two highly respected people that have done unbelievably well in the world, in the real world. So that's a big deal, huh?
Yeah, it's a big deal. It's going to create value and be of great strategic importance.
Yes, all right. And a lot of publications are saying, you know, this could stave off a debt crisis because we keep the debt in the United States. Of course, the entire Bitcoin community is saying, this is where our strategic Bitcoin reserve goes. I mean, we'll see. But man, you know, Trump is people forget that he's a macro guy, and I just hope that he's getting good advice, because this sounds sketchy at best. With the stable coin thing, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's brilliant, but ultimately you keep issuing paper so everybody has the dollar, except they get it in a digital form of a stable coin of a tether. It still devalues our money.
Up now on this pickup truck here. Just fuck me, you know.
They have to do something. Yeah. And if anybody wants to listen to some, I mean, I don't like plugging the guy. Mike Levine. Hello, America. So he does a Sunday show on
CNN. Not Fox. Fox.
He does a Fox show on Sundays. Yeah. And it's I don't know how many people watch it, but it's just basically, he does two, one on Saturday and one on Sunday, and it's basically a 1 hour lecture. It's nothing more. Well, actually, I take it back. It's about a half-hour lecture, and then he brings some people on to talk about the lecture.
How good was my lecture?
How good was I? What do you think? You know, I have to say this. I mean, he's a smart guy. He's good.
He's the great one. He's the great one.
They stopped, by the way, I noticed that's kind of dissipated, the great one concept.
Oh, interesting.
But he is pretentious as hell because he starts his radio program on during the week. Every show, like all during the week, the show starts with the national anthem. I mean, give me a break.
Hey, well, we start this show with the national anthem. I mean, the national Gitmo Nation anthem, but we do start with the anthem.
We actually don't start the show with the...
No, we rile everybody up. We rile everybody up.
That's the pre-show. It's the pre-show. Yes. It's like the guy who comes out in the comedy special. It comes to what's the guy called? The audience guy comes out there. And,
not the fluffer. That's a different kind.
Who is that guy called? The guy who comes out.
The audience. I forget what the guy's called. The
warm-up guy.
Warm-up guy, yeah. When he's slamming, he's got the script rolled up, and he's like, "All right, everybody, let's practice your cheers. Yeah, there we go. Woo, okay." When the sign goes
up
on,
and down, gets everybody all worked up.
Yes, audience fluffer.
So Levin, I think it was the last Sunday, he does a lecture on...
That's Darren O'Neill for us, the pre-show guy.
You know, if you add all the IQs up from every person in Little Rock, you might get the average IQs up.
He gave a lecture on the real debt.
It's not certain.
He claims that because the Social Security and Medicare, which are
like this fucking dude in the GMC, just pick something.
Kind of...
Pass, don't pass, speed up, slow down, figure it the fuck out.
And that's why people say, oh, the Social Security is going to be out of business so-and-so, in 5 years we're going to be out of money. It's technically impossible based on the original plans for Social Security, because when you pay your withholding, or if you're working for a company, you have your taxes, it says withholding tax, and then you see a little line that's SS, Social Security. Yeah. You pay that separately.
There you go, now you pick something.
Theft. And it turns out that they've been taking that and acting as it was tax, and they're stolen the money. According to Levin, we're actually 150 plus trillion in debt because of this money that's been stolen from Social Security.
Well, everybody gets a tether. Here.
Yeah, the $1 trillion coin.
Yeah, tether. You got to
basically the $1 trillion coin.
Yeah.
So, well, this is they got to do. So the point is, I'm trying to make. I think the point I'm trying to make is that we have to do something drastic,
of course,
because
a boomer in a polo shirt and a fucking ball
but
cap.
what I found interesting,
COVID didn't do enough.
Is he said the way you do it, these tariffs, is you tie it to national security, which is exactly what President Trump did. He tied it to immigration and fentanyl. So it seems like something here is playing out, and I like the idea of the Mar-a-Lago Accords. I think that's a genius name, and it seems like, oh yeah, so we can just kind of wait for something to happen. I agree. They have to do something. Something has to happen, or because we're broke, and if we go broke, that's not good for the world. Everybody has a problem then. Everyone's holding our paper. So that was that. You want to talk about Magaza?
Magaza.
Magaza. That's the new thing. Magaza. Everybody's talking about Magaza.
Well, that was, to me, just to pray. Yeah, you've got. I maybe have one clip. I don't have a lot on it. I mean, I do have some thoughts. And my thought was that because everyone's acting, I like the way everyone acts so cool because Trump's put these guys in, including Netanyahu. No, this is not a big shot. What Trump did with this comment about we're going to just take over Gaza and then turn it into a resort. It was exactly the same, and I have a term for it. I now have a term for this. What Trump's doing. It's on here. It's called the blurt.
The blurt. The blurt.
And this is basically what he did with they're eating the dogs.
Yeah, we're gonna own it. We're gonna own it.
So I have the Gaza blurt, and I think Trump just did it on the fly. I don't care what anybody thinks, because it's like we're eating the dogs.
Yeah.
And now and Mike Johnson is one of them.
Yeah.
And so is Rubio.
Well, they walked it back. I have the walking it back clip. Well, let's listen.
Well, let's play this. Here's the initial Gaza blurt clip from NTD, which I think probably it gets us off to a good start.
Today we got some more clarification from the White House a day after President Trump suggested he wants the U.S. to take over Gaza and own it. The White House says that President Trump is not planning to use American taxpayer dollars to fund reconstruction efforts in Gaza, and nor is he committed yet to send any U.S. troops there. Watch.
The president has not committed to putting boots on the ground in Gaza. He has also said that the United States is not going to pay for the rebuilding of Gaza. His administration is going to work with our partners in the region to reconstruct this region. And let me just take a step back here, because this is an out-of-the-box idea. That's who President Trump is. That's why the American people elected.
Given what you said about Gaza, the U.S. send troops to help secure the security vacuum.
As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary.
Negotiating tactics and he will make a deal on that, and adding that to keep the option open as in negotiations. Meanwhile, they have also proposed a mass and permanent resettlement for Palestinians living in Gaza. The White House is seemingly walking it back, saying that Palestinians will only need to be temporarily relocated as the reconstruction is in place. The House does stress to us that the U.S. is getting involved in the reconstruction efforts and to ensure stability in the region, adding that President Trump is a great deal maker and will strike a deal with regional partners.
Blurt is exactly what it is, and every blurt with this president is a negotiating point. I'm going to say something here. I'm sure he does this in business.
The blue. Yeah. It just hits him on the spur of the moment because we're eating the dogs. You could just see it. It was just like he's listening to this woman yak away, and all of a sudden it just dawns on him to throw this out. We're eating the dogs. We're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
here, let me play this clip. This is labeled as top U.S. officials walk back Trump's blurt.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Wednesday walked back the Trump plan to permanently relocate Palestinians from Gaza after American allies rebuffed the suggestion.
So now Rubio is one of the Trump whisperers. This is the new role that you have to play.
Trump on Tuesday, in a meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, said the U.S. could take ownership of Gaza.
And the only thing President Trump has done very generously, in my view, is offer the United States willingness to step in, clear the debris, clean the place up from all the destruction that's on the ground, clean it up of all these unexploded munitions. And in the meantime, the people living there will not be able, the people who call it home will not be able to live there while you have crews coming in and removing debris, while you have munitions being removed, etc. That's the offer that is made.
Oh, okay. See, Rubio.
Yeah, I have that clip too. Yeah, I think Rubio did a good job. And I like to compare it to Mike Johnson, who was also trying to do it. But this is Mike Johnson, and I describe this as Mike Johnson skating. You know, he's doing some sort of a soft shoe. He's dancing. And it's like he doesn't know what to say because it's like, oh, what am I going to do? I can't offend it, you know, because everyone's scared to death they're going to say something that Trump gets pissed about. So they're backing him.
Well, Rubio doesn't seem to be. Rubio's, I think.
No, Rubio's got it figured out.
Yeah, he knows.
And so does Caroline Levitt.
Yeah,
I mean, those two.
Yes. Because she said it right there. What the president obviously means this. Like, okay.
And the other guy the first person I noticed that could do this well was J.D. Vance.
Yes, initially during the elections. Yeah,
J.D. Vance could explain whatever Trump did. He could explain it, and it was to the satisfaction of everybody, including Trump. But Johnson hasn't quite got a clue yet, so he dances.
House Speaker Mike Johnson reacted to President Trump's plan for the strip. Here's what Johnson said at the House Republicans leadership stakeout earlier today.
There'll be more details forthcoming on that, of course. Today I was greeted by surprise by many, but cheered by, I think, people all around the world. Why? Because that area is so dangerous, and he's taking bold, decisive action to try to ensure the peace of that region. It's a bold move, certainly, far bolder than what's been done before, but I think we've got to stand unequivocally in an unwavering manner, as the whip said, with Israel, our closest ally and friend in the Middle East. And I think if we could control that situation and bring about a lasting peace there, it would do well for everybody, not just in the region, but around the world as a plus. And I think a strong, decisive move is an important step in that regard.
Johnson's got to get it together. We don't want waffling. We don't want waffling here. Listen, now, they even call him the Trump whisperer in this report from Deutsche Welle as Rutte, our boy from the Netherlands, explains Greenland. Because what did Trump say about Greenland? Yeah, we're going to buy it, we're going to take it over, we're just going to enter it and take it. No.
Well, I think what he's really trying to get at is that we have to be watchful what is happening in the Arctic. And Russia is speedily working on getting its act together on the Arctic. Take, for example, the issue of icebreakers. Icebreakers at the moment, for example, in the US or many...
Who's this we you're talking about?
Other NATO. So this whole issue of the Arctic, it's geostrategic importance. But also, of course, the natural resources there. And all the other impact it will have is what he is really putting on the table and putting high on the agenda.
The military action sounds like a war between NATO.
He said that he will invade Greenland.
No, he didn't say that.
But what he really said is that the Arctic is of geopolitical strategic importance.
And they don't call him a Trump whisperer for nothing. He didn't say he wasn't going to invade Greenland, but he didn't rule it out either.
And then let's go back to Rubio, who did a beautiful blurt cleanup on the Panama Canal.
You've just come from Panama, and you said that your meetings in Panama went well. After that, President Trump said that we're going to take the canal back, or something very powerful is going to happen. What's going to happen?
That was the blurt. Or something very powerful is going to happen.
Well, I hope nothing's going to happen, and it shouldn't, because look, the president's point is we gave the canal preliminary determination that you're in violation. Over this gap.
Is a
through some steps to carry
to go through, and then in great that was the this said you heard about Rubio each one announced because they didn't like South Africa. Easy enough. Still policy. What we think here in our influence in Europe and England is what it is. To South America. Gotta do China moving in. This is we're not putting Rubio's dish. I got another blurt. Another blurt. Boom. Blurt. You catch it.
Go in terms of a guarantee. We want a guarantee. We're handing them money hand over fist. We're giving them equipment. The European is not keeping up with us. They should equalize. And look, we have an ocean in between. They don't. It's more important for them than it is for us. But they're way below us in terms of money. And they should be paying at least equal. They should really be paying much more than us, but let's say equal to us. And they're billions and billions of dollars below. So we're looking to do a deal with Ukraine where they're going to secure what we're giving them with their rare earth and other things.
So I keep hearing rare earth, and I'm like, I can't help but go back to 1973. Yeah, baby, look out, baby, because here I come. Is Trump thinking rare earth minerals, but he's confusing it with the band Rare Earth?
I don't think so.
But when it comes to Europe, Europe is rolling the dice, and they're doing some I think they're making very dangerous moves because all the 27 member states got together and said, yeah, we don't need America. We don't need Trump's military protection.
The European Union is aiming to strengthen its defense capabilities, requiring an estimated investment of around 500 billion euros over the next decade.
That's 50 billion a year. We do 900 billion a year.
Spending has grown by 30% since 2021, but in the current geopolitical climate, the bloc believes this is not enough. On Monday, the EU 27 met to explore new ideas with the aim of incorporating some into a future European Commission document.
When you ask what the leaders want in the white paper, certainly proposals for these three levels. How to create fiscal space, how to create common funds to common projects, and finally how to mobilize private financing to strengthen our defense industry.
Creating more fiscal space, or in other words, relaxing the economic rules that force countries not to take on too much debt, is one of the main ideas on the table. The key to this lies with the European Commission, which could allow countries to spend more on defense.
Come on, Queen Ursula.
For extraordinary times, it is possible to have extraordinary measures, also the Stability and Growth Pact, and I think we live in extraordinary times.
Yes.
So we will look as a Commission deeper into using much more flexibilities. They are optional possible with the Stability and Growth Pact for defense investment and defense expenditures.
At a time when relying on allies is crucial, the EU 27 gathered at a summit alongside their partners, including UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer and NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte.
Rutte's there to say, you guys are crazy. You're crazy. What are you doing? You can't do this. The know, the next tariff is going to be on the EU, and it's going to be ugly. Because they don't make anything anymore. Oh, some German cars, fine, whatever. What else do they make?
Machine tools, for one.
Okay.
And they do a lot of precision things,
Bosch.
Electronics.
Yeah, Bosch. Yeah.
Siemens is a big company.
Anyway, the world is in turmoil. I'm kind of enjoying our last 4 years. It's kind of fun. It's going to be a good.
The way you said it there, it sounds like the world's going to blow up in 4 years.
Well, it might as well.
Internet.
When we're gone, it might as well. What are people going to do? Oh man. All right, where do you want to go? Because no, we should. Well, we should probably do one. Maybe just a quick. Let me see.
Let me get this out of the way, since it was part of the earlier presentation with the battle at the Treasury Department, because this is about the lockout.
Oh yes.
Congress wanted to go in. The Muscovites.
The Muscovites, another good one.
I like it. Yeah. The Muscovites, the kids, they got into the Treasury.
They're children.
Those kids, they're kids. They got into the Treasury Department computers.
Oh no.
Because they're computer guys.
Yeah.
And they started finding all these, this was because USAID overshadowed this, but they found that the Treasury Department is handing out checks to dead people and handing out checks to companies that folded in '98. These checks are going out.
Yeah.
And so everyone's all bent out of shape about them getting in there, and so it's become they made a big stink about it, and so Congress wanted to go in, but the Secret Service kept them out. This is battle at Treasury Department lockout.
The Secret Service rebuffed a group of congressional Democrats who tried to gain entry to the Treasury building yesterday. They said that they wanted to provide oversight after the Department of Government Efficiency gained access to the Treasury's federal payment system.
It is time for us to shine. It is time for us to be heard. It is time for us to make sure that they know we will not go.
Oh, you want to use our money to go to Mars? No, we want to use our money right here in Washington, D.C. We have to fight this in the Congress. We have to fight this in the streets.
Elon Musk is here to collect on his investment.
Oh, goodness.
Yes. He is here to seize power for himself. We are here to fight back.
Yeah. And everyone went home. Yeah, we're all angry, but well, as long as I get my check on the 18th of the month, I'm okay. Then Elon can do it. There is a legitimate concern here in general, which I don't want to pass over, and that is the technocracy, the tech bros coming in and replacing things with systems. I think there's.
No, I'm not going to argue with you at all.
A legitimate concern that we don't want Palantir running too many things.
And there's a privacy issue.
Well, I think it's kind of laughable. Be like, Elon Musk has your social security number. Elon Musk has a lot more about you than you're saying. You willingly give it to him. You willingly give it to Facebook.
Anyone who's on Facebook has no reason to complain about anything.
Exactly.
Battle, and I'm not, by the way, battle at Treasury Department 2.
The lawmakers argue that the Doge, run by Elon Musk, has what they call dangerous access to federal payment systems. Treasury officials insist the access is read-only. Democrats at the protest called the Doge a power grab and pledged legal action.
I love the read access. They can always read access only.
And I think the interesting thing on that little clip there was that they're promising legal action. These guys are moving so at breakneck speed from from here to there to here to there. The legal system this shows you the flaw in the system. They can't. By the time they got an order, they're already off at someplace else.
Yeah.
Trump has gone nuts when it comes to speed.
I don't know what your AOC on Musk clip is, but I'm sure it's laughable. Can we play it?
Well, this is the classic. Yeah, well, there's two things about Musk I'll play. If you're going to play that clip yet, but play the prelude, which is play the anti-Musk bill proposed.
Meanwhile, on the side of the Democrats, lawmakers want to prevent special government employees from accessing government information. This is mostly to stop Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, from accessing any sensitive data on U.S. individuals. Top Democrats say Musk is rapidly consolidating control over large swaths of the federal government with Trump's blessing. They're arguing that Musk is sidelining career officials, gaining access to sensitive data, and more. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer laid out the goals of the bill.
Our bill aims to do a few simple things. One, to deny access to special government employees that don't have to disclose their conflicts of interest or any other ethical agreements. Two, to deny access to anyone with conflicts of interest or lack of appropriate clearance. And three, include personal tax information into existing privacy protections. We call our legislation Stop the Steal.
Stop the Steal. Whoa, so smart, I love that. The Secret Service is, in fact, technically responsible for the security of the U.S. dollar, I believe.
Yeah.
That's their responsibility. It's not just to protect people, but also to protect the money. So makes sense. All right, now the AOC clip.
So yeah, now I don't want to spike the ball on this, but this is an example of, and because you did it last, so I get to do it now.
Yeah.
This is an example of taking a crappy clip. She's doing all these TikTok clips.
What the fuck?
And they're terribly mic'd. So when you run it through Adobe, this is what Adobe's good for, taking the echo out. So this is the best anyone will ever hear. This clip's been going around, but this is the best quality you're going to ever hear of it. Here we go.
This dude is probably one of the most unintelligent billionaires I have ever met or seen or witnessed.
Hold on a second. Stop the clip. She says this dude is one of the dumbest billionaires I've ever met. Then she changes it and listen to it, start it over. Because I don't think she's ever met him.
No, you're right.
So she changes gears and say, well, I mean, I've ever seen, you can see it for yourself. Listen carefully.
Interesting.
This dude is probably one of the most unintelligent billionaires I have ever met or seen or witnessed. Which, you can probably even glean that from watching these people on TV. Anyways, all of that is to say is that they don't do their homework. Clearly, they're putting 19-year-olds in at the Treasury. This dude is not smart.
How old was she when they put her, when she did her audition? I'm a little tired of these are 19-year-olds. 19-year-olds are given an M1 and you can go receive lead in desert places where you've sent them. Now a 19-year-old is no good. I'm a little sick of that.
And the danger in the lack of intelligence and the lack of expertise that Elon has. I mean, this guy is one of the most morally vacant, but also just least knowledgeable about these systems that we really know of. But the point is that what that means is that they are going to hit a button.
A button?
Inevitably. They are going to hit a button and things can go side.
They're going to hit a button. It's all going to, but just back to your north-south strategy, I think you're spot on. And I think Venezuela is going to be in play. I got a note from the oil baron. Now, apparently, the guy advising our president on drill baby drill is Keith Kellogg, who is now the special envoy to Ukraine and Russia. And he came out in oil circles and said, global producers should try slashing oil prices to $45 a barrel to pressure Russia into ending the war with Ukraine. There is no way. You can't go to $45 a barrel. Saudi Arabia, I don't think, can even go to $45 a barrel. And now other advisors...
That's not true.
Well, I mean, of course, anybody can go to $45 a barrel.
We talked about this in the show a decade ago. Saudi Arabia supposedly can make money at 20.
Right, but that was a decade ago. I mean, the dollar has changed in value. So I think it's tight. Let me put it that way. I think it's tight.
But it's doable.
Well, according to the oil baron, Saudi Arabia would struggle to generate enough revenue to pay for social services, monthly payments to citizens, and big infrastructure projects. It will need about $90 a barrel this year to balance its budget, according to the oil baron and his sources. Now, the companies have said, the West Texas oil producer...
But what are they doing about the fact that it's floating around 65, 70?
Well, they like it there.
But
they like it there.
I thought they needed 90 to get by.
Well, I'm just telling you. I'm not making this up. I'm not pulling it from USA Today.
Okay, let's keep talking. You can still don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain.
Companies are no longer pursuing growth at all costs, is what the West Texas Oil Consortium is saying. Longer term, advisors are saying Trump's support of U.S. oil and gas, including scrapping environmental regulations, will make the sector more appealing to investors, but it's going to take a little bit of time, and they need to find some other sources in the meantime. And I'm thinking we need to get some of that from South America. That was not in the briefing I got, but there's no drill baby drill at this point in time. So he's going to have to figure out some other way to lower energy costs.
Well, it would be beyond the realm of possibility to do a deal with Maduro, who seems to have a pretty good handle on his power base.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
He'd do a deal.
Yeah.
And they have a huge. Their reserves off the coast of Venezuela is one of the biggest in the world.
They got the goods. The Doge concept and cleaning up, and this will actually take us into thanking some people, because I've gotten a lot of notes on why we're no longer hearing from the UK and Australian donors.
Yes, Did you get a lot of notes? Yeah, I got quite a few.
I mean, on Australia, the main one I get is, we're afraid to donate to your podcast because we go to jail. Also,
I heard that from a UK.
And too broke is another one.
They don't need to be on a list.
They don't want to be on a list. And I like the one from the UK. It's like, the people are leaving the UK. Anyone with the means and ability to get out is getting out. And a lot of them are going to Dubai. People try to go to Portugal, but Spain and Portugal, they're starting to impose huge extra taxes on buying a home there if you have non-EU residents, which the UK is. But in Australia, here's Senator Malcolm Roberts, who's like, hey, this is a good plan.
And his team have made a huge start on putting the cleaners through US government waste, some of which appears criminal and seditious in nature. President Trump has withdrawn the USA from the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, and climate change, tyranny and fraud. Moves One Nation has advocated for 20 years. Executive orders have destroyed woke DEI and transgender ideology, while reaffirming support for gay, lesbian and bisexual Americans. Again, One Nation policy. President Trump is not a threat to democracy here or in the United States. He is a threat to the Greens, who are watching the pushback to their neo-Marxist identity politics. Their toxic ideology is rightly being dispatched to the history's sewers. President Trump did not start the pushback against woke ideology. Australia did, when everyday Australians rejected the Voice proposal. And as Irish did, when they rejected this fragmentation of their families in a referendum there. President Donald Trump's actions are in accord with One Nation policies. And of that, we're very, very proud. Trump puts America first. One Nation proudly puts Australia first.
Good luck. Good luck. Hey, what are we drinking?
Well, now that you mentioned it, I'm drinking Cascade Ice Organic with a USDA stamp. Organic pomegranate mango caffeinated seltzer.
And with that, I'd like to thank you for your courage to say in the morning to you, the man who put the C in the Cascade horrible drink that is approved by the USDA. Say hello to my friend on the other end, the one, the only Mr. John C.
In the morning to you, Mr. Adam Curry. Also in the morning, ship sea boosting the ground, feeding the air subs in the water, and the dames and the knights out there.
In the morning to the trolls hanging out in the troll room. Let me count you. Don't move. Here we go. 2,157 is our peak. So that, again, we're up. I'm not hugely up, but we're up.
It's the Trump bump.
It's it's the burp bump. That's what it is. The Trump burp bump. Blurt. Sorry, not burp. Blurt. I like the blurt. I think the blurt is a good concept.
I think it's going to be a theme.
I think it has legs. It has legs. Thank you very much, trolls. We love seeing you here. I saw we had a new troll in there. He's like, hey, first time I can listen live. All right.
A new troll.
Yeah, we got new trolls. It's good to have new trolls. You know, it mixes it up a little bit. And immediately they got, well, you know, it's really good, you know, because we can say stuff here in the troll room, and sometimes Adam's mentioned it on the show, but you might get kicked out. He might kick you. I kick one guy out once every 3 months. Just for kicks, honestly.
I'm surprised it's that high. You did one last week.
That was the one. My one time this quarter. The trolls are listening live through trollroom.io. I just renewed that domain name. Or, of course, and I recommend this, I was seeing Sam Tripoli was crying on Twitter. Yeah, I think
Who's Sam Tripoli?
Oh, the Tinfoil Hat podcast. We played him before.
Oh, right, yeah. Sam Tripoli.
Sam Tripoli. And he was crying like, I think I'm getting screwed. You know, my show hasn't showed up on Apple for like 9 hours. I'm like, Sam, it's the wrong app, man. That's the problem. Now, if it doesn't show up on Spotify, they may have taken it down. Spotify reserves that right and does it daily. They take down episodes, entire podcasts. Yeah, they are the worst. And Apple, you know, I just don't think there's enough investment. The app, it's not a profit center for Apple, so they have a small team. They're a dedicated team, but sometimes stuff goes wrong. Now, if you take a modern podcast app, oh boy, 90 seconds. So you need to tell your audience to use a modern podcast app, like we tell ours at podcastapps.com. Now, another thing you can consider is to run the value for, you know, someone, sir, hold on a second. Let me grab it here. I was sent a book to the P.O. box.
A book? You got a book?
Yes, I got a book. It was from Sir Julian, the Duke of Bastrop. Remember, Sir Julian is the one who gave us Phoebe. And this book is from 1990. And it's Confessions of an Itinerant Fundraiser. The book is called
Itinerant.
There you go. What does itinerant mean?
You know, a guy floats around. He's floating around. I go here, I go there. I
float around.
I'm an itinerant podcaster.
Well,
yeah, I do a podcast here or there. I don't care. I'm on the road, roaming around. I get a job. I get a job here. I get a job there. It doesn't matter.
Gee, sounds a lot like people who work in the patch.
Yep.
John hated Landman. You hated it, and you hated it so much you wrote an entire treatment, like that was
an essay.
I mean, Brunetti even emailed it to me and said, "Oh my God, look at this." Like,
yeah, I sent I sent him a copy, sent you a copy, and then I posted it on Twitter.
I know. I responded with, "Okay, Boomer, that's fine. All right, you didn't like it, fine." Anyway, the book is titled "Value for Value." Confessions of an Itinerant Fundraiser. Yeah, now it's kind of I have to look through it. But it seems like a lot is like, how many pages here? 300 pages. Let me explain you value for value in one paragraph. We give you this show completely free of advertising hassles, special freemium offers. There's no plus bundle. There's no subscriptions. You just go ahead.
I love the plus bundle.
By the way, That was another book. Someone didn't send us the book, but sent us a picture of the NPR Startup Guide to Podcasts.
Yeah, we have to get a copy of this.
I desperately need a copy because they're the guys that went broke doing podcasts.
Yeah. Here's what not to do.
Oh, get a copy for Mimi and then just, copy it and then put my name on it. It'll be a success, I guarantee. It's probably has everything in there that's right, except for you need a Neumann microphone.
The Neumann mic will break you.
It will, time and time again. So instead of all that, we just ask you to return value to us in one of three ways: time, talent, or treasure. We got a lot of time and talent, a lot of people providing us with boots on the ground, with clips, with ideas, with feedback, and everybody is a specialist in one area. And it may be that you drive a truck in a certain region and have something there. Maybe you work in a certain factory. We have doctors, dentists, we have lots of military, law enforcement, pilots. I'm always amazed how many people work in government. Who are clearly all pretty. We
have a broad range of people that
yes.
have caught on to this show.
Yes, and we love you for that. Now, we also need to pay our bills, so we love when people send us value. But before we do that, let's thank some of the people who sent us some time and talent in the form of artwork. Now, we pick a piece of art from noagendaartgenerator.com, another fine example of value for value being returned to us. Thank you, Sir Paul Couture. And we pick a piece, and we have many pieces to choose from, certainly in this peak AI moment that we're living in. And we use that for the cover art, but we use a lot of these pieces are used in the modern podcast apps with chapter images, and I think people enjoy being highlighted there as well. But there can only be one that is chosen for the cover art. In this case, it was Capitalist Agenda, and I'm pretty sure this was not an AI piece. This looks like Capitalist Agenda. This is one of his classic pieces. That was for episode 1735. We titled it Old Bag, and this was like a nuclear launch button with two keys, with little dog tags, Curry and Dvorak, so we got our names in. He even snuck in an ITM on those, the red, yellow, green button at the top, and the big red button for launch was Tariff Podcasts, 33%. And we liked it, and there were other contenders, but this was the one that we liked the most, and I'm pretty sure
there was one other one that we thought was good.
Well, there were.
Well, you did like the Blue Acorns Pharma. What's in your mouth?
Well, I said we can't post it, but I certainly liked it. Yeah, it was
now the
fun.
one that became the one I liked at first, and you liked it. We both kind of liked, but you spotted the fact that it was had too many hallucinations.
AI hallucinations was the Let's Play Lego, the AI piece done by Darren O'Neill, and from a distance it's like, oh, that's a cool Lego podcast studio, but the minute you look at it, this thing was wrong in so many ways. I mean, none of this Lego would fit together. All the Lego bumps were distorted. There's a pop filter floating in midair for some reason.
That's what got me, because I said, this is great. Yeah, this is the best. Because I like some of these pieces he comes up with. And then you pointed out the pop filter floating in air just by itself, and I looked at that. And disqualified the piece, and it was like. And then I made the point that you have more OCD than I do. I don't really have that, because if you haven't noticed.
No, I've noticed. Yes, I have. I've noticed in your edits. Yeah.
Oh, please.
Call back.
And the point is, as soon as you spot it, it's one of those things, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And I kept saying that, okay, well, that disqualified the piece.
Yeah, the mixer looked like it was made in a Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
I didn't have an issue with the mixer.
Blobs. A lot of people did Lego stuff. We very much like the old bags, but it doesn't really work.
No, it's not going to work.
I kind of like the will work for public broadcasting, the blue-haired.
I almost used that for the Newsletter. I was going to use that. The other one, which came in, a late piece that came in, we should mention. It came in too late to do.
Yeah.
It was the podcaster, please donate.
Yeah.
That piece came in after we had closed.
Yeah.
But that was a great piece, and I like pieces that for the newsletter that are that ask for donations in the art.
Yes.
So I almost used it, but it was so kind of depressing looking. I decided against it, and I probably lost us $1,000, I'm guessing, in the donations.
Because it would have worked. You know, it would have worked.
No, it always works, but I just felt too bad about it because the piece just looked like pathetic. So I ended up using "We've Landed" by Gun Monkey. For one reason only, it's just a pretty piece.
Yes, sometimes it's just a pretty piece. That's right. Sometimes. Well, we also want to thank everybody who supported us for this episode, $50 and above. And at this moment in the show, we like to stop and break for our executive and associate executive producers. These are real titles, show business titles you can use anywhere for as long as Hollywood exists. By the way, this being the special donation segment, which people sometimes skip over, they're going to miss our excellent review of the Grammy Awards, which you bailed on after, 10 minutes, I think?
Oh, it was unwatchable. Unwatchable. So it was worse than Landman.
Yeah, you got that right. I tried to set a marker and I messed it up here. Hold on a second. So Tina and I watched, and just a couple of observations. First of all, ratings are down. Ratings are down almost 10% year over year. I will say there was less Satan. There was no actual Satan segment in this year's Grammys. From time to time, there were women.
Well, can I stop you there for a second?
Yeah.
I was thinking about this because I stopped watching that. I kind of looked at an overview and I looking for some, just skip through, and then if there was anything I just gave up. But I think it's because of the fires. They're in LA. They just had a big fire. They couldn't put a bunch of fire on stage. They couldn't do all the fires.
They couldn't do their normal fire stuff.
It would be triggering.
Now you don't like Trevor Noah hosting that thing.
Because Trevor Noah to me is a phony. I used to see Trevor Noah when he did. I didn't see him personally, but I saw his bits on YouTube when he was a stand-up comic out of South Africa. Hilarious. He did a lot, but he did a lot of racist material.
Which he should go back to. He should go back to that. What's he thinking?
And he was really funny with it. He was not politically correct. He went to the Daily Show, became the host, and became incredibly staid. And now on this show, if I was going to describe him, I would describe him as trying to do his whatever he was doing as a host, as talking too fast, acting like, if it was somebody else, I'd say he was coked up to his Kamala.
Interesting.
He's rushing through his material nervously. It just was like, it was cringy. I couldn't watch the show. It was terrible. I don't know why they have him as the host. What's he got to do with the music industry?
Well, he did it last year. I mean, he's affordable, probably. I think it's just affordable, and he gets to double as Bruno Mars. So they get 2 for 1. Look just like Bruno Mars, and it was nice to see women in pretty dresses singing nice songs. That is the boomer adjacent in me. I'm like, oh look, there's someone who's dressed. Oh, how nice, leaning on a piano and singing. That was kind of impressive. Will Smith made his comeback, as if nothing had happened. Like, oh yeah, well, he did the Quincy Jones segment. There were a few DEI and trans comments, maybe 3 or 4. There was a lot more God than usual. I like that. I attribute that to President Trump. We've talked about this. The president sets the tone. Like Bill Clinton made certain sexual acts not sex.
Blowjobs.
It's not sex, so that became a thing. That's not sex. And President Trump's talking more about God, so that snuck in. Good. Now, the thing that irked me the most, because I don't really watch.
You watch these things. You're a maven.
I don't really watch. And there were some really good performances. I thought the new music, the new artist segment was outstanding.
but I don't watch a lot of network television. Well, of course I have news networks on all the time, and I just ignore the ad breaks, but the number of ad breaks in the first 10, without fail, had a different pharmaceutical product in it that I'd never heard of before. Each name was more horrible than the previous
I've
one.
noticed this too.
It was unbelievable.
Crazy drugs that they're advertising. It's unbelievable. They've got to put a stop to this.
And if you don't know what it is, you're like, well, what is this? Do I have this? I don't even know what it is, but it's going to solve it if I have it. You couldn't even figure out what the affliction was that these drugs were for.
Have you seen the cartoon ad for Eliquis or whatever? I'm not sure what the drug was. Where's a cartoon? It's for it's like for bipolar, and there's it's literally a cartoon of this girl.
I missed that one.
It's an entire cartoon. It's a cartoon advertisement with a crazy, like a voice that's like either South African or Australian. I can't even get the accent because it's kind of awkward, so you can't quite understand what they're saying, and especially when they get to all the contraindications, they just blurred.
The first one that came by, a side effect, I kid you not, was death. I saw it on the side effect could be death. Like what?
It's not a side effect.
That's the end. It's your prescription may end because you'll die. It was unbelievable. But I'm sorry, I need to go back to the art for a second. We got a beautiful note from the farmer's wife. You'll recall that her kids, they're homeschooled. She has 7 of them, I think. And we had questioned why they had the art of the podcaster with the sombrero.
Yeah, you talked about this in the last show.
Yeah, but she sent us the note. We didn't have the note.
I thought we did.
No, we didn't. We didn't. Let me read the note. I don't think we did.
I think we did.
I don't think we did.
Well, check the date.
Well, I just copy pasted it into my show notes. Well,
never mind. This is worth reading again.
I don't think we read it the first time, but it was about the online application for podcasters to be at the White House briefings being only in Spanish. That's what gave her the idea for the art. But she says, and this is what I wanted to add, the children are not allowed to listen to the podcast at this time, so they only take prompts from me. So she's prompting the kids like they're AI. We just found out.
It's not good. I think they should listen to the show.
I think so too. But I want to read this. We just found out I'm pregnant with our 8th human resource.
Yeah.
God bless you. We, especially the children, are so excited. They have been begging for more siblings. How about that? In what family?
I find it hard to believe the kids are begging for more kids, but okay.
No, but this is. She's an American. She's the farmer's wife. This is who we used to be.
No, she's the best.
However, she suffers from a very severe morning sickness called hyperemesis gravidarum.
Yeah, she's gravidarum. Right, she can barely get out of bed.
Yeah,
it's one of those pregnancies cause issues with a lot of, not all the time, but when they do, it's a major problem.
Well, she wants us to pray, and I am. So, and she says, love the show! The farmer's wife. Thank you, farmer's wife. So now back to our executive and associate executive producers. These are the people who supported us with $200 or above. You get an associate executive producer credit for this episode. You can use anywhere, including imdb.com, and we will read your note as long as it's not too long. $300 or above, and you get an executive producer credit, which you can use anywhere in show business land, and we'll read your note. And we start off with Sir Harrison from Beaumont, Missouri, and he wants a rubbleizer jingle, which we have to make a decision on this, because there is a rubbleizer. There's a rubbleizer donation. Are we just going to let people willy-nilly use that now, or what do you think?
321 rubbleizer 33 32 33.
Yeah. I mean,
that's just I don't know what your question is.
Well, so the 333.3333 donation is a rubbleizer donation. We play the jingle, but can anyone still request that jingle?
Well, it's just been going on for years. The people have been requesting that jingle. We've been playing it.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you for answering it. Was that hard? No, it was pretty easy.
Yeah, it was very difficult. I had to take time out of my day.
1111, a row of sticks for Sir Harrison. He is Commodore Harrison, Sir Harrison of the Rednecks, checking in. He says, partial switcheroo to C. Neil my Gitmo Nation buddy in a sea of commies. Please grant him $500 for his path to knighthood, and he wants 5 more years.
India, Tango, Mike, stand by. 33, Rebelizer out.
So, C. Neil, you keep track of, you add that 500, and when you reach knighthood, let us know. It's the honor system. We trust you. Thank you very much, Sir Harrison. Commodore Harrison, we appreciate you.
Now we have Sir Saul Hauser in Melbourne, Florida, 666.66. And he sent in a text, so it's going to be 666.66 because it comes from Wells Fargo Bank letterhead. No,
it doesn't.
It does. ITM, this is not a satanic donation, he writes.
Okay.
But the handwriting is, I can tell you that right now. This is 333.33 quarterly donations.
Oh, okay.
In one. Thank you for all you do. Sales karma, please. So he's a Wells Fargo advisor.
Okay. He's getting everybody some more accounts. He's a stock guy. I thought it was one of those.
Yeah, Wells Fargo advisors tends to be stock market.
I thought they signed you up for more accounts than you need. Wasn't that what? Is that what they?
Let's hope those days are over. Commodore Emeritus Sir Salah Hauser, Baronet of the Space Coast.
All right.
There you go. By Cape Canaveral.
You've got karma.
We move on to Dan Nickisher in Douglasville, Pennsylvania. ITM guys, I was hit in the mouth by Kelly and Michael Dave from Fouquet Varina. I think I said that right. Fouquet Varina, North Carolina, back in July. I have not missed an episode since. Outstanding. Here's my first donation. Please de-douche me.
You've been de-douched.
And he says he would appreciate some R2-D2 karma. You got it.
You've got karma.
Eric Carey in Felton, Pennsylvania, 34375. 4 more years. Thank you for the service you provide. This podcast is an absolute treasure. No Agenda has become something my whole family enjoys. Please say hello to my smoking hot wife, Ashley, and my 2 human resources, Nugget and Munchkin.
Okay. Hello, Nugget. Hello, Munchkin.
Hello, Munchkin.
Hello, Munchkin.
We get a Rebelizer.
No, this is your
there you go. See, there you go. There you go. Random number theory at work.
That's right.
You're going to need a Bitcoin shut-up slave and a screaming goat. I look forward to the kids' giggles as they listen to your samples, sound effects, and antics.
Antics? That's our comedic. That's our comedic stylings. That's not antics.
Thanks again for all you do. Thank you, Eric J. Carey.
They're saying that all hell is going to break loose, and you're going to need a Bitcoin.
India, Tango, Mike, stand by. 33, Rebelizer out.
Shut up, slave! You've got karma.
All right. We have Joe Clements in Tallahassee, Florida, 333.33, longtime listener, first-time donor. The nature of my business is that I'm on the inside, or having drinks with people on the inside, of many of the topics you cover on the show. Most of the media coverage I listen to is subject to the Gell-Mann effect, where I realize the host, reporter, analyst, or talent has no idea what's actually going on with topics I know deeply. No Agenda, however, is a different sort of content. You guys have an uncanny ability to analyze how people think and act in the real world, and I'm surprised about how correct your analysis is on the issues I know best. This gives me confidence that when you talk about things I know nothing about, your analysis is solid. Thank you.
We fooled him.
Thank you for the twice-weekly dose of hardcore realism. What do you think he is, Spook?
He could be an industrial guy.
Industrial guy, yeah, possible. Well, anyway, thank you,
I mean,
Joe.
Tallahassee, I mean, it's not Spook City there, that's for sure.
I don't know what's going on there. Well, thank you very much, Joe. We appreciate it. Welcome to the party, pal.
Seth Murdoch, Dayton, Washington. I don't even know where that is. 301. This donation is actually an excuse to correct Dvorak's awful tip of the day from months ago when he recommended the Papermate Inkjoy pen. The Zebra F301 is the only choice for the serious hand scribe. Simplicity, elegance, and function, and none of that rubbery crap on the grip. The science is in. Don't debate me on this. Thanks for the show, Seth. Okay, I will get a set of Zebra F301s and give them the once-over and find out. Now, the Papermate Inkjoy that I use...
It says, we say zebra. Okay, it says zebra.
Zebra.
Zebra. I'm going to order
I'll get a set of these pens and see if they're any good.
It has a durable stainless steel barrel. Wow.
Well, I don't need all that. You know, the barrel and all the rest of it, that doesn't matter. It's the... I was turned on to the Inkjoy by a bank teller. And it was,
sorry, let me play the commercial. Let me play the commercial. No, there's no voiceover. It's just the pen flipping around. Okay, sorry. Yes, you were turned on by a bank teller.
She said she hated these pens that the bank had, and these are normal ballpoint pens. And she said I had to use something that I didn't feel any... Like there was no effort. It was effortless to use these pens.
Yes.
And I said, what pen is this? And so I grabbed the pen from her and I started, oh, yeah, this is great. And so that was that.
You grabbed it right out of her hands?
Or she offered it to me.
Oh, okay.
Check this out, she said.
What's that in your mouth was the next line, I guess. I don't know. Thank you, Seth. Joseph Stegman is in Thousand Oaks, California. Sends us a short row of ducks, 222.22. I don't have any note. Do you have a note for Joseph Stegman?
I have nothing. Okay. This came in as a check.
He gets a double up.
You've got
bank check.
Karma.
All right, double up karma for you. Thank you.
A lot of people are reverting to bank checks, which is great.
Yes.
Bailey Davies in Courtenay. I don't know how to pronounce it, to be honest about it.
Courtenay, eh? Courtenay?
Courtenay in BC, in British Columbia. 220.81. That's British Columbia is going to be our 52nd state.
55.
ICM, we are in Courtenay on Vancouver Island, BC, which is a great place to visit. The town of Victoria is one of the cutest, most picturesque places on the West Coast, period. This Canadian dollar redo donation of 333.3. Oh, okay, well, she gets bumped up to 333.33. The Canadian dollar and the Australian dollar is down to tubes. Australia's down to 61 cents.
Oh, wow.
It's from my husband, Dan Caruso's birthday. I heard you guys talking about tariffs and our low-value Canadian dollar, and then with the carbon tax and the frozen bank accounts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thought there was no more time to wait. Donate.
Yes.
Dan is 55 today, and he's the most amazing, funny, kind, caring husband, father, and son, and friend. We all love you so much, Dan. Please give him some jobs karma for his new project called Solutions Unincorporated. Dan is all about contributing meaningfully to the many communities he is a part of, and Solutions Unincorporated is a reflection of that.
Jobs, 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 and jobs. Let's go for jobs.
Hold on. Stop the show. We have the ad.
The path to enlightened writing is illuminated by the perfect instrument. Find balance, strength, color, and fun in yours. Find Zen in your pen. Zebra pen.
Oh, find Zen in your pen. There you go. Matthew Martell.
Sounds expensive.
It does. Matthew Martell is in Broomall, Pennsylvania. And he says, Linda Lou is going to make a killing with all the recently fired federal employees seeking employment. Have fun fudging those resumes for them, Linda. And visit martellhardware.com. Use coupon code MOREAfricaNews for an additional 10% off your order. MartelHardware.com with a double L. Yes, More Africa News is your coupon code.
Andrew in La Honda, California, $208. And he writes, Andrew in La Honda, California, we're very long overdue. I've been freeloading.
Oh, no.
Occasionally sending rude emails since Rogan 1.
Nice.
Heartfelt thanks for getting me through the lockdowns and for teaching me to analyze news and information. De-douche.
You've been de-douched.
And I could use a job promotion karma if such a drop exists.
I got this.
Jobs. You've got karma.
That may help. Let us know. Let us know if that helped. And there's Eli the Coffee Guy from Bensonville, Illinois, 202.06. Gentlemen, Eli says, last episode you said I promote my coffee wrong. I simply suggest people visit gigawattcoffeeroasters.com and use discount code ITM20. But I'm really just promoting American entrepreneurship. Does it benefit me? Sure. I've made friends, met fellow producers, and along the way, I may have sold a little coffee. I'm just happy I can return value and support the best podcast in the universe. I love you guys, mean it. Stay caffeinated. Eli the Coffee Guy.
Who said he promotes his coffee wrong?
You did.
Oh, no, I said, no, the way you read it is like, no, he said, last episode, you said I promote my coffee.
Wrong. Yeah. No.
I simply said, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was
wrong. No. He has wrong in all caps, so I had to do it wrong.
Linda Lopatkin, guess who is next? Lakewood, Colorado. Jobs Karma is what she wants. And she writes, for a resume that gets results, visit imagemakers.com for all your go-to executive resume and job search needs. That's Imagemakers Inc. with a K. Work with Linda Lou, Duchess of Jobs and writer of resumes. Promo code Bongino.
Jobs, and jobs. That's not for jobs.
Y'all are crazy, but we love you. Thank you very much to our executive and associate executive producers for episode 1736 of the best podcast in the universe. Go to noagendadonations.com, support the show, help us out, keep us rolling, and we'll be thanking everybody $50 and above. And once again, these credits are good anywhere the credits are used.
Our formula is this. We go out, we hit people in the mouth.
How about a few TikTok clips to round things up?
Why not? I mean, it's everything's been kind of. I mean, can TikTok even compete with the funny we've been seeing lately?
No, that's why they only have 3.
Only 3. Well, okay. Let's go.
Okay, well, first let's start with this is a gay guy. But I'm starting to see a lot of these clips where the Democrats. In fact, let me preface this one with the. Let's start with this one instead. Then we'll go to the gay guy. I'm hearing a lot of these clips. These are Democrats complaining about Democrats complaining about Trump, and this is a typical one. This is Talk Dem Complainer.
So we're still mad about the grocery prices that didn't come down, even though Trump has only been in office for a couple weeks. And now we're mad that Elon Musk has access to the Treasury payments. But what I want to know is, why aren't we mad about the fact that we've been auto-paying anybody that asks for money, even if it's a terrorist group? You guys are constantly saying that we're the uneducated side, but why aren't you guys questioning the fact that the highest-ranking Treasury official would rather resign than agree to an audit? We're so uneducated, but why aren't you guys putting 2 and 2 together about why they want to sue for Elon having access to the Treasury payments while his team, Doge, is exposing all the bullshit that our money is being spent on? You guys are still pushing grocery prices in our face, but why aren't you guys upset over the $4 million that we spend yearly to prove whether duck quacks echo or not? Or why aren't you guys upset over the fact that we spend $5 million a year on sandwich standards? I live in New York. Do you really think that I want my money going towards a fucking pigeon sculpture while they're shitting on everything? And that's not even scratching the surface of where our money is going. Apparently there's 1,200 of these type of programs. You mean to tell me that our government has been spending money on things that have long expired? One example being from 1998, and you guys are not mad about that? You guys are still bitching about grocery prices, and you're bitching about the fact that Elon Musk is about to stop our money from being spent on bullshit. bullshit programs that we can now argue is money laundering. You guys can bitch that I'm starting conspiracy all you want to, but there's no fucking way that I'm going to be okay with the fact that there's a cloud watching program that my money goes towards.
Language.
Oh, that's a good language you're talking.
That's an interesting trend you're identifying. And this is showing up in your algorithm feed? This is in your feed? It just pops up? Or is people sending these to you?
I dig these up myself. I'm not dependent.
What, are you searching for them, or
no? They come up in the feed in various
ways. Well, that's an interesting trend. Maybe the Chinese are like, let's.
No, this is more complicated than that. But let's go to the next one. But by the way, before we go to the next one, which is the gay guy.
Yes.
You know, Rand Paul. Used to every year come before Congress and read a laundry list of all these stupid programs and all the same kind of thing that Trump, rolled out as, not Trump but Musk, rolled out as scams and a joke. And Rand Paul's got no credit for this.
No,
Rand Paul used to do this all the time.
Yeah, and his dad before that.
Yeah, they go constantly in that. But meanwhile, now all of a sudden, everyone's paying attention. I just found it weird. In fact, I might call Paul's office and find out what they think.
Yeah, record the call.
I'm not going to record the call.
No.
So now this starts off as some woman complaining about something, and the gay guy interrupts. It's one of those combo clips where somebody's bitching about somebody else, and the gay guy interrupts, and he is. Another example of what would normally be a Democrat bitching about Democrats in a very solid way. This is a pretty good clip.
Trump supporters, you do not get to be pissed about what is happening right now without also admitting.
Oh my God, that son. I'm convinced these people are literally delusional and they are on heavy drugs. I don't know a single Trump supporter that has complained about anything. This is exactly what we voted for. 100% exactly what we voted for. And guess what, honey? As a gay man, I'm glad that we no longer have to worry about pronouns anymore, because I didn't know what the fuck that meant. As a gay man, I'm happy that you can only be hired based on merit. As a child of an immigrant whose parents came here legally, I'm happy that people now are being sent back that came here illegally. So none of us are complaining about anything, baby. You're sitting there wondering why we aren't? We're good over here.
Trump has unleashed the gays. This is
a lot of black guys too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because Americans ultimately are not stupid. We may be slow. We're not stupid.
Well, some are, and my last clip will be.
Here's an example of one.
So we'll go back to the haters because they're still hanging in there.
Yeah.
Not as many as there were, but she is. I don't know. She's addicted to red makeup. I mean, everything. She's got the red lips. She's got the red eyeliner. She's got red eyeshadow and red rouge. I mean, she's just red. It's like, if she had put any more red on, she put a couple of horns would do the trick. But here's the classic in the old sense. So we know
this is a throwback. This is a golden oldie.
It's not an oldie. It's new, but it's an old style.
Old style.
Every red voter allows themselves to be ignorant enough to stay guilt-free about what they voted for. They don't want to look at the news. They don't want to pay attention to what's going on. They don't want to make statements or comments. They don't want to denounce anything either. It's funny. Everyone's so quiet. I used to think there was a difference between Republicans, Trump supporters, and Nazis. It's not really looking that way anymore. When your party is being overrun and affiliating with Elon and no one. You're not saying anything. You're not hopping online saying, hey, wait a minute, this isn't what I voted for, this isn't what I wanted. They're all so quiet. It says a lot.
I think that you need to stay on the trend of the unleashed gay guys and and Dem complaining about Trump. I think that's better. That should be the new beat. There may be hard to get.
These things happen. It just I'm just a vessel. A conduit, as it were.
Yes, I understand. That's divine. Yes, I understand. Here is a potential customer for the fabulous book, Too Many Eggs, available at tooManyEggs.com.
Soaring egg prices might be prompting extreme illegal activity. Pennsylvania State Police are investigating after 100,000 organic eggs were stolen over the weekend. Police say it happened Saturday night in Greencastle, Pennsylvania. It's about 65 miles southwest of Harrisburg, where a distribution trailer was parked outside of a poultry company. Investigators say the stolen egg shipment is worth upwards of $40,000.
That's a lot of eggs. $40,000.
I think 50,000. The eggs are going for $1 around here.
They're stealing the eggs.
They're stealing the eggs.
Stealing the eggs.
So I had one of our producers about a month ago saying, there's no eggs anymore. He went on and on. And I said, there's eggs all over the place, I said. And they were at Costco. But I've noticed maybe we're the last on the block here, or the end of the line in California. But Costco, no eggs.
No.
The eggs that I have seen are $1 a pop.
Wow. $1 an egg?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, this is the stupid bird flu.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. No, that's exactly.
They culled all these chickens and they jacked the price of eggs way up for no good reason.
Well,
luckily, and unfortunately, because we had inclement weather, so the eggs stopped laying up at Jay's place.
Yes. Oh, good. Yeah, they don't like it. They're like, nope, we're on strike. We're on strike.
Chickens stopped laying. I said, what?
Yeah.
And so I'm not getting the free eggs.
Yeah.
But I hope that cranks back up next week.
And you have to be careful because, the chickens will start brooding, and then if one broods, they'll all brood. You have to, separate the brooder. Chickens is more complicated than people know. You don't just throw some chickens in the backyard like, I got eggs. No, there's a lot of work. And that's what I keep telling Tina, who's like, I want chickens.
Oh, I see what you're doing. You're doing your research to prevent Tina from getting chickens.
Yes, I do not want. That's the last thing I need, because when some weasel gets in and there's slaughtered chicken all over
the chickens.
I'm gonna have to go clean it up. No, I'm not
you're right, but I think you should still have chickens.
I don't think so. We have friends who have chickens, which is like having a friend.
Oh, if you have friends who have chickens, you don't need chickens, and you can just get all the free eggs you want.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah,
I agree with you now. I have some big pharma news. It is baffling. Now, remember, the Surgeon General came out and said, you drink too much booze. The booze is going to give you cancer.
It's going to kill you.
It's going to kill you. But it's like they're baffled now because it's not coming from the booze. They don't know where is the colon cancer coming from?
It was 2 years ago when, out of the blue, this 39-year-old was diagnosed with colon cancer.
It was a surprise. It doesn't run in my family. I was in good health.
Today, Emily Thirion is in remission, but like her, more and more young people are being diagnosed with gastrointestinal cancer, including colon, pancreatic, and liver cancer. Gastrointestinal cancer rates have been on the rise in patients under 50, and the causes remain unclear. In the past, the increase was attributed to obesity, tobacco, and alcohol intake. However, new tests are being conducted to find out what could be behind the recent rise. Experiments are underway using hair, fat, and blood samples collected from 300 colon cancer patients.
We're looking for toxins in foods, everything that may have contaminated it, like packaging. We also check for traces of antibiotics.
Gastrointestinal cancers account for a quarter of all new cancer cases and a third of cancer deaths worldwide.
What could have changed? What happened?
Gee, what changed over the last, say, 4 or 5 years that would account for this?
Something happened, but we can't. By the way, I love the microplastics. Now it's like you have the equivalent.
Oh, that must be it.
You have the equivalent of 6 plastic spoons in your brain.
I have more microplastics in me than I weigh.
I love the. Oh, it's microplastics. That's what's killing you. Really? At the Sovereign Wealth Fund, don't worry. They're gonna have 2 billion of these microplastic causes.
What else could it be?
I have no idea. I have no idea what it could be.
Interesting. Well, that's what hopefully we'll find out if Kennedy gets in. But they put his voting off for a week.
Oh, in advance?
Yeah, they put it in advance. But here's something I was reading in one of the newsletters I get. It's 30-hour stalling. Who's the guy they've been stalling on the most to push through as a cabinet member? Can you? Tell me. I'm going to tell you who it is. But tell me if the news media's even discussed this guy.
Who they've stalled the most?
Yeah.
I don't know. Who they stalled the most?
Russell Vought.
Well, no wonder. I never.
As Director of Office Management and Budget, OMB.
Oh yeah, they don't want anyone going in there and looking at payroll.
So the Democrats have stayed in session to protest the confirmation of Russell Vought. This is from Natalie Del Conte, Natalie Morris's newsletter.
Oh brother,
she's got a good newsletter. I don't like the show, but the newsletter's good. And he was associated with Project 2025, so they hate him. He wrote the parts of the plan that had to do with shrinking the federal government workforce, non-government organizations, and taking control of the budget.
There may be something interesting in that organization that they don't want to come to light. You know what this is, John?
It's season of a reveal. That's what I've been saying.
Season of reveal.
I'm glad you're on board with me.
President Trump also signed an executive order with great trepidation. He says he really didn't want to sign it, but I got to sign this thing for Iran. I hope we don't have to use it. I really don't like signing this, but I'm going to sign it because I have to. But I don't really want to. I'm really sad. And Peter Doocy asks the pre-set up question, I presume.
Why is you're unhappy to sign it if it's Iran and their proxies who threatened to retaliate against you and your team blaming you guys for taking out Soleimani?
Well, they haven't done that, and that would be a terrible thing for them to do.
It would be terrible for them to kill you, yeah.
Because of me. If they did that, they would be obliterated. That would be the end. I've left instructions. If they do it, if they get obliterated, there won't be anything left. And they shouldn't be able to do it. And Biden should have said that, but he never did. I don't know why, lack of intelligence, perhaps. But he never said it. If that happens to a leader, or close to a leader, frankly, if you had other people involved also, you would call for total obliteration of a state that did it. That would include Iran. So I'm signing this, and it's a very powerful document, but hopefully we're not going to have to use it.
Now, can a president leave a dead man switch? I mean, is that possible? That, I've left instructions, if they kill me, then you drop the nuke on Iran? Is that even possible?
No.
I didn't think so. But I thought it was interesting. Is that another blurt?
No, this was thought out.
We have some interesting news from California. I don't know if you have kept up with this. This is another. This is another thing that we've kept up with over the years on the No Agenda Show.
New information on California's high-speed rail project as President Donald Trump calls for an investigation. The original plan for high-speed rail was set to take riders from Los Angeles to San Francisco. Future plans include connecting Sacramento to the system. The original cost estimate was $45 billion when it was pitched to voters back in 2008. The cost estimate has now swelled to $128 billion at last check, with no estimated completion date. The project's inspector general told us today that ongoing risks of delay, including construction delays because of continued disagreement with third party.
All aboard, trains good, planes bad.
Woohoo! We just keep to get using these jingles. It's fantastic. That's been going on for what, 10, 12, 14 years now?
It's been forever, it seems.
I got displaced from my home in San Francisco for it. Remember that? for the
That's
station.
right. Well, you got, yeah, because they were going to build, that's right.
Eminent
might
domain.
still be in San Francisco.
I don't think so, but yeah.
Well,
no,
maybe.
I don't think so. Maybe not.
Yes, you were displaced because they were building they built a new Trans Bay terminal.
Yeah, eminent domain was kicked out.
And
Eminent domain.
they're going to build a new Trans Bay terminal, and in that terminal were going to be the high-speed rail trains underneath the thing. And of course, they built a new Trans Bay terminal. They never put the rail into the bottom of it.
Nope.
And it's just a fiasco, another boondoggle.
Yes.
And yeah, and they took out a nice bar around where you were, and that your building was pretty cool. And yeah,
Natoma Street doesn't even exist anymore. Staying in California, Newsom's Inferno. Looks like State Farm is on the move.
Farm Insurance is asking California lawmakers to approve an emergency rate hike. The company says it has already received around 8,700 claims connected to the LA wildfires, and the company has paid out more than $1 billion. They're asking for a 22% rate hike for homeowner policies, a 38% hike for rentals, and 15% increase for tenants. The rate hikes, if approved, would start on May 1st. State Farm says the hikes would allow them to rebuild their capital base to continue coverage in California. Consumer Watchdog has been critical of the request, saying State Farm has not provided enough proof to show it needs money. The insurance company most recently raised rates by 20% last March. State Farm is California's largest home insurer, covering about 1 million homeowners in the state.
Now, will you be affected by this?
I think we've already been affected by it.
Oh, your rates have
we
already
do have
gone
State
up.
Farm,
Yeah.
and they were canceling a lot of policies. They never canceled ours. Mimi has found out why.
You're on a hill. You're on a hill. You got nothing to worry
beside
about.
the hill, but no, it's because we took. I guess there was some sort of a right or something that if you would subscribe to it, which was recommended, then you would put it in a different category and you were messed with.
Pays to have a good woman in your life.
Yeah, women always do the job.
Yeah,
and so somehow
women always do the job. Yeah.
They do,
Yeah,
and
they
so
do.
somehow I don't know.
Yeah, you lucked out.
Well, the whole thing is a mess.
Well, there was on KBUR, which is that's an NPR station, I think. KBUR. It's
Not around here.
No, I think it's Burbank.
Oh,
maybe.
Burbank. It could be.
Yeah. They were talking to some guy. I mean, it was a climate change guy, probably about rebuilding and how are we going to rebuild?
State Farm says it will renew policies for people hit by the fires. The governor says insurance companies cannot cancel plans for these affected homeowners. You understand risk. You also understand why people are sentimental. Is this a good idea to rebuild in exactly the same places?
Well, people do have the right to rebuild in exactly the same places. The question is, how are they going to rebuild? There's a new building code in California that's supposed to go into effect next year, for example, that requires electrification. I think we should take advantage of this terrible, terrible tragedy, and not to minimize in any way how horrific it is, to build back better.
For a better life, beyond your freedom, build back better.
Woo, California!
Yeah, build back better. People are getting ripped off by the electrical bills in this state.
Yeah,
gas is a lot cheaper, so let's get rid of it.
What a mess! What a mess! What a mess! I'm sorry you live out there. I'm sorry. It's just tough.
You were tough go. Feel sorry for me, people. Donate to the No Agenda Show. Help John.
Yeah, we feel so bad for you. No, we'll help you move. We'll show up with you.
I'm not moving anywhere. Forget it.
I know. It would be bad for
Where
the
am I
show.
going to go? Tennessee?
They'd love you in Nashville.
I'd be great. I like Tennessee. I think it's one of the best states. Arkansas, I think, is the most underrated great state, but Tennessee's dynamite.
You'd bring your banjo. They'll love you. They'll
bring the banjo. Bring the harmonica.
Bring the harmonica, exactly. Oh, there it is. So there's still been a lot of, before the whole Doge thing, everybody was out there complaining about Tulsi Gabbard, and everyone gets on the air, and Panetta Panetta. Lou Panetta. What's his name?
Lou Panetta? The guy, the baseball guy?
No, Panetta, the former CIA director. What was his first name? Panetta.
Yeah, Panetta.
What was his first name?
I thought it was Lou.
It's kind of funny, but Leon Panetta. There we go. Leon Panetta. So this guy is so toasted. This is a very short clip. This is what he said about Tulsi.
They took his Leon. I think he had his security removed.
Yes. Oh yeah. His clearance has been removed. His clearance.
Yeah, I think he lost his clearance, lost his Secret Service protection. And so, yeah, I'd be probably drinking a lot, too, if I was him.
But he's following this very, very closely because she just cannot be the director of national intelligence. No way.
Of intelligence information. And there are 3 problems with Chelsea Gabbard. One is that she has absolutely no experience in intelligence.
He thinks her name is Chelsea Gabbard.
Play that again.
Of intelligence information. And there are 3 problems with Chelsea Gabbard.
Oh, God.
Chelsea Gabbard.
Yeah, so here's the guy who's going to give us expert advice, and he can't even get her name correctly.
I'm going to show my support by donating to No Agenda. Imagine all the people who could do that. Oh yeah, that'd be fab.
Now, a reminder that we have some outstanding end-of-show mixes on the way. A couple of new ones I think you'll like a lot. We also have John's tip of the day. I have a tip of the day today, so you may want to hang around for that. Oh, yeah. And we got some meetup reports. We have a knighting birthdays. And John is going to thank everybody who supported the show this episode, $50 and above.
Yes. Starting with Sean Ongley in Philadelphia, but actually this is $170.60, but this is a switcheroo to Philly Local 76.
Oh, okay.
Sean Homan in Noblesville, Indiana, 148.48. Merrick Bendikowski in Warsaw, Poland.
Yay, we got one.
Wow.
Yeah, we got
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then with some health karma for his dad. Can you put that at the end, please?
Of course.
A.W. Christensen in Raglan, Queensland, Australia. There we go. $120 from Australia. That is probably...
That's the one.
That's probably $200 too. It should probably be bumped up.
Okay. I will... hold on a second. Let me bump it up.
Bump him up to associate executive producer.
All right.
Russell Rhodes in Tallahassee, Florida, 105.35. And he's got a birthday call for his son. Michigan Mad Dog in Mountain Pleasant, Michigan, 102. Congrats on whatever he says. John Robinet, $100. Alexander O'Neill in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. And he's got a very long note. See if there's anything in here that we need to do.
Well, he's Canadian, but he's based in Tokyo, and he wanted to express his thanks to Dame Astor and Sir Mark for hosting a great meetup in January. Connection is definitely protection. They brought together a very fine group of people from Tokyo and around the world. And he's on the birthday list for the 3rd, so it's a post. It's after the fact, and he was turned 33, so you're on the list.
Yeah, the 33-year.
That's right.
Robert G. MacArthur in Monmouth, Oregon, 100. He says this is what a USAID bucks doesn't look like. I think donation to the show.
I think Rogan and us are the only podcast not getting money from USAID. Everyone's making out on that stuff.
Yeah, or the Russians.
Mm-hmm.
Heather, yeah, no, people should note that too. We don't get money from these. I think once in a while some spook money shows up as a normal
but that's
donation.
Private spook money. It's just from their salary.
Yeah, guys, poor guys. Heather Hare in Gillette, Wyoming, 100. Sir Zubat of Windsor in Windsor, Canada. Windsor, California. Windsor, California, right. Windsor, the wine-growing area. What's a little R2-D2 karma at the end if you can give it to him. Sir Braff in Lancaster, New Hampshire, 9016.
Alright.
Patrick
I need to get moving.
Stasiak in Saginaw, Michigan, 8810. And that's a double nipples on the dime. 50th birthday coming up for him. Kevin McLaughlin in Concord, North Carolina. There he is, 8008. He's the Duke of Luna and Archduke of Luna, I'm sorry, and lover of American boobs. He says, my apologies, the title upgrade to Archduke was approved on show 1491. Nietzblowski. David Kekita in Santan Valley.
Yeah.
And this is the 73 ham radio donation, which I should probably put on the list as a regular donation.
And David has an end of show mix today for us. So donating time, talent, and treasure. Thank you.
A triple threat.
That's right.
Dana Carroll in Laughlin, Nevada, 7227. Golf winch in Rohnert Park, California, 6777. Sir Leiron.
Okay.
Skies were cloudy. The temperature was 70 degrees at North Little Rock. The temperature was 68, dew point 65, humidity 88. The wind was southwest at 6 miles an hour.
Okay.
The barometer was 29.95 inches and steady.
There we go.
Transmitted at the request of the Arkansas.
In Dothan, Alabama, 6746. Bobby Bowe in Bluegrass, Iowa, 6746 is a birthday coming up there for Jeff Voss.
Yes, you got it.
That's actually the 6502 chip donation plus fees. So that would also account for Clay Bacevice in Miami, Florida, 6736. And here's the regular great promotion for the donation.
People don't care anymore. The only people who remember the 6502 are boomers like you and me. I'm boomer adjacent, but
Michael Ragus
on the road
in
again.
Tustin, California, 6502. And Leo Bugo in Sarasota, Florida, 6502. Jobs Karma. Give that at the end. We'll do that. David Cox in Austin, Texas, 6325.
Oh, it sucks having your axle so far back.
6006. And he wants to thank Dreb Scott.
Fucking dumbass.
Except for the chapters.
What the hell is he
so
doing?
we can skip the AI segments. You're gonna die. No, fine.
Lucas Haskell in Saco, Maine, 6006. And we'll see what he said. Daniel Bradley in Knoxville, Tennessee, 60. Anonymous Girl Bosses, 60. Brian Furley, 65510. Sir Tom Dari in DeForest, Wisconsin. He came in with 5510. And then we go to Luke Reykjavik. Luka Reykjavik in Slavonski, Croatia. Hey, Croatia. For magazine.
Hello, Croatia.
The engine braking on these fucking trucks are so annoying to deal with.
People want to visit a great country.
So fucking annoying.
It still has enough remnants of the communist era to make
They
it
have a beautiful coastline, I believe.
Yes, and Dubrovnik, if you want to go there, there's an experience.
And they have
Watch this guy come
the sound pipes there, and so when the water, the tide comes in, it plays this eerie sound.
No?
Well, I didn't get there.
I guess not.
Christina went there. She whistles and Croatia is the bomb, man. It's the bomb. And Christina says, do not eat the cheese sandwiches from the gas station.
That's a worldwide rule.
She did not have a good experience with that. Christina, by the way, is on a reality show right now. Did you know that?
No, she's been on one before. She's like a reality.
This is Chicks in the Jungle.
Oh, she got selected for that?
Yeah,
I know about that.
Oh yeah, she's in it, and it's in Colombia, and it's hilarious. She had to eat ants, and
I know she'd be making me sick.
She's doing quite well. She's doing well in the elimination. She's still there. She's still in the game. I'll give you an update next week.
Heather Harper in Lubbock, Texas, 5333. Michael Gates, 5280. Hakan Anderson in Portland, Oregon, 5272. Roger Keesee, Keesee in Holland, Michigan, 5271. These are all $50 donors, I believe. Sir Kelson and Crazy Steve, our buddy in Santa Rosa, California, 5150. He puts on the meetups. James Sharametta in Napanoch, New York, 50. Oh, these are all 50s coming up now, including the $50 we got in from the Albany meetup, including Rebecca Howe in Memphis. She wasn't at the meetup, but she gave us 50. Chris Conacher in Anchorage, Alaska. Alex Zavala in Kyle, Texas. Meredith Whittle in Huntsville, Arkansas. Daniel Calabro in Bethel, Vermont. David Adrian in Cary, North Carolina. Walker Phillips in San Rafael. He was at the meetup. Ichi Kitagawa in San Francisco. I did not see him there. But Sir Richie Rich from North Carolina was at the meetup, the one with the great hair. Yours.
He sent me an email. He said John is exaggerating about the conversation about the hair.
No.
Yes, he did. He sent me an email.
No, he sent you the note, but I'm not. I don't exaggerate.
Okay.
He came in with 52. No, I don't know what. Maybe I embarrassed him.
Alex Zavala is Sir Alex Zavala, host of Nick You Dads. Thank you, an awesome meetup attendee. Thank you all very much. Thank you, everybody. Requested was jobs and R2D2 Karma, so we'll combine those two.
Jobs, and jobs. Let's vote for jobs.
And once again, thanks to our executive and associate executive producers for episode 1736. NoAgendaDonations.com is where you can go to support us with your treasure. That's NoAgendaDonations.com. Please help us out. Help John out. Help John out because his insurance rates are going up. NoAgendaDonations.com. Happy birthday to Alexander O'Neill, who turned 33 on February 3rd. Jeff M. wishes his smoking hot wife a very happy birthday. She celebrated on the 4th. Jeff M. himself had his birthday on the 6th. Bailey Davies, happy birthday to husband Dan Peruzzo, turning 55 years old today. Patrick Stasiak turns 50 tomorrow. Happy birthday. You'll finally see Abraham. Bobby
from Crow Peak in Spearfish, South Dakota, having a great time and hope to see you guys next month.
Hi, John and Adam.
In the morning from Spearfish.
In the morning, John and Adam. We're here at the Crow Peak Brewing Company in Spearfish, South Dakota, having a great time. We had a new person, a new face join us this time, and we can't wait to see everybody next month. Stillwater, I'm calling you out, bro. We'll see you next month. In the morning. This meetup report was produced in Spearfish, South Dakota, and is guaranteed to be completely AI-free.
Yeah, and please don't send me your homemade songs before and after the meetup report unless it's completely relevant, which it wasn't, so I had to snip it off. Philly, the Too Many Kegs meetup.
Sean here in Center City of Philadelphia with Local 76 at McGillen's Old Ale House, where we have Too Many Kegs. I listen to the show at double speed, but I play it twice. Hello, sirs, from Philadelphia.
In the morning, this is Philadelphia.
In the morning, gentlemen. The NFL's rigged, but go Birds!
Sarcastic to Nomad in Philly. Thank you for your courage.
In the morning, hanging out here with a bunch of flat earthers, having a good time.
Hey, it's Gray, checking in from my first Philly meetup. Hi, Mom. We're all just wondering what keeps the satellites afloat.
This is Black Knight, Sir Easy, and I want to tell John that I have a problem with my night ring. It's getting smaller and smaller. I want a refund.
North Georgia, come on in.
Come on, come on. John, we had a swell time, even though nobody ate any mac and cheese.
Sean here. Don't eat me, Tom Homan. You're scary, so scary.
Hey, M.A., Dr. Sir, Mike Rump. I love my mullet, and I love my beard.
Surrey here. Remember, connection is protection.
In the morning, it's good to be back with fellow slaves in the city of Kami, which is a bird, Sikale.
Noted.
This is Cody, signing out. No Agenda Rocks, the best barkeep at Cherry Street House, yeah.
In the morning! In the morning!
All right. Very nice. There's a meetup taking place, started just now at the North Idaho Sanity Brigade. It's their first of 2025 at Trails End Brewery and Brick Oven Pizza in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. The Northern Wake Public Slave Gathering kicks off in an hour from now at Saints and Scholars in Raleigh, North Carolina, if you're listening live, of course. On Saturday, no mutton, just meet up. That'll be noon Denver time, Antelope Ridge Meadery in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Let's Join Canada, 2:30 in Alaska. That'll be on Saturday at Snowtown Brewery in Snohomish, Washington. I don't know why you're using Alaska time. I guess that makes sense. Also on Saturday, the Treasure Valley Meetup, 3 o'clock at Old State Saloon in Eagle, Idaho. And finally on Saturday, the Club 33 Not a Leap Year Meetup at 3:30 Eastern Time. Shakes and a Pig Barbecue and Brew. That's on Illinois Road in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Many more meetups to be found at noagendameetups.com. They take place almost daily now all around Gitmo Nation. You need to be a part of these. So when you go with an attitude of gratitude and look them up at noagendameetups.com. If you can't find one near you, start one. It's easy and always. They're running out of people to put on to complain about Trump. Now they just got ugly people. There's nothing but ugly people on CNN. Yeah, with ugly shirts, ugly face, ugly hair. It's crazy. They're running out of people. They can't fill enough airtime. Sad. Super sad is that I somehow, I'm not sure how, neglected to get any ISOs.
Oh, I was thinking you were going to have a bunch of them. I only have the one.
Well, it's a winner.
We will not shut up.
God, that's no good. Wait a minute. Let me see if that's really horrible. Wait, I have.
Well, go back to the one I used, the one I had submitted last time that got bumped by yours. That was a good one.
Which one was that? Do you remember which one it was?
Well, I have the list here.
Well, I remember what I had. I had. Goodness gracious! I have that one.
No. Go to no. Try No Way.
No Way. This one. Here we go.
There is no way anything can be this good.
Yeah, I think we should use that one. That's a good one. Yeah, that would work. Thank goodness. All right, everybody, it's time for that beautiful moment of the show. John C. Dvorak's tip of the day.
You and me, JCB. And sometimes
Can I do mine first?
Yeah, please do yours first.
This was a tip from a producer. For those of you who use Android phones and you like using the voice-to-text feature, which your voice input is quite handy, but you don't want Google saving.
Westbound, you got yourself a slowdown up ahead. I don't know what mile marker is. You gave my voice, you're ready for it.
System that is created by, funny enough, a company in Boston, and they have their entire website explains exactly how they're not lame. It is called Futo, F-U-T-O, and you can find them at futo.org. You can even download it as an APK, so you don't have to get it off of the Play Store. So
what is going on, Arkansas?
Their GitHub, see how everything works, and it does pretty well. It's not quite as fast as you'd expect from the Googles, but at least you know, and it's pretty accurate. And at least you know that.
You searching that guy's vehicle? Why the hell would you consent to that, you dumb fuck?
That's a good one. Thank you. So this tip is more of an education than a tip. This is stemmed from the end of last show, or post-mortem, where it turned out that I'd known you for 31 years or so.
Me?
And you didn't know anything about olive oil. And you had come back from Italy.
I'm still reeling at that we've known each other for 31 years, and you're probably right. That's the hard part about it. Yes, right. I didn't. I mean, yes. Go ahead. I will take my lead.
Because you had gone to Tuscany.
Yes.
And brought back a bunch of olive oil, and then I told you a couple of things, and you were clueless about it. And I have to assume, and I talked about doing this as a tip of the day, that people don't know anything about olive oil. Or at least they generally don't.
Mm-hmm.
And just a few basics. Olive oil only keeps for 2 years, max. And
this is what I didn't. I was surprised.
This is the thing that you were surprised by. You thought olive oil, like all oils, goes rancid, which is, and the kind of rancidity that you achieve from these oils. And butter does this, coffee beans do it, anything with oil. The rancidity is unhealthy. And olive oil is good for 2 years. And so when you buy olive oil, you should always check on the back of the bottle. It should have a either pick date or use by date, and it should be it's just a round number. Costco's extra virgin olive oil that they sell Italian in the green bottle, not the organic but the regular stuff, usually has the information on the back, and you can tell how because the batches change about once every 4 months at Costco. And you want the freshest, newest olive oil. Almost all the olive oil in the world, Spain makes most of it. More olive oil than anybody by far. I think everybody else complains us about what Spain makes. And most of their olive in Italy, so it's Italian olive oil. And it'll say packed in Italy, and it's Spanish olive oil, or even worse, Greece.
Oh, no. That's the worst.
No, Greece olive oil is always serious.
I don't like it. It has a weird taste, though.
It's greasy. But I will say this, in Spain, there's terrific olive oils around, but very few of them get exported. And they have varietal olive oils and all the rest. And the last tip, I don't want to overdo.
Wow, you're going crazy. The noagenatips.net can't keep up.
The last tip is the idea. What is extra virgin?
Yeah, what is that? What is extra virgin? Extra virgin. You can
extra virgin.
Yes.
Extra virgin olive oil is an oil that is, and usually what you want to get is first pressed extra virgin olive oil, and you should first press because you want it to be pressed by extraction and by a press. And so I'll just read from the thing. Extra virgin olive oil is olive oil. You mash up the olives and you start to press them to get the oil. You can't use heat or chemicals to extract the oil. It has to be just purely pressed, and the first pressing is the good stuff.
That's the extra virgin?
That's extra virgin first
press.
That's what you want. It doesn't cost that much, the cheaper stuff, but as they try to get more oil out of the olives, they'll go to the point where they will extract it using a hexane, which is what most oils are. Most oils you buy are hexane extracted.
Secondary tank.
I think that you should give up on the vinegar book and do an oil book. You seem to have been on point with it. And by the way, I'm a little so now we have to give this away because what happens
secondary
is we went to the winery, Castillo Verrazano, the guy who discovered the Hudson Bay, and the Verrazano Bridge is named after him, and then the cannibals ate him in the Bahamas. It was a bummer.
For him.
For him, it was a bad day wrecker.
That's not
the way it works is, they give you, and man, I'll tell you, the Italian wineries, like, yeah, you have the wine a taste. And they give you 6 full-on pours.
Why is it doing that?
Luckily, we had a driver. You're all hammered, and they're like, we can send it to Texas.
Fuck.
I'm not going to order like a whole bunch, like we ordered some wine, just like, a couple. And then we ordered vinegar, and it was they're famous for. And then the olive oil, I think we got 6 bottles, so we got to give it away. We'll never use it in time.
Yeah, I got to figure that out.
That's not true.
Something's leaking.
I plow through one of those big, giant, 1.5-liter bottles of Costco oil about once every 4 months.
You're guzzling the stuff.
Send me one. I'll be done in no time.
All right. That, ladies and gentlemen, is John's tip of the day. Tipoftheday.net, noagendafun.com. That's it, everybody. Wow, that was quite the tip of the day, and I learned something. I learned that you've known me for 31 years. I'm very disturbed by this. It's a very disturbing thing to think about. It's like, like Nussbaum sent me a video of my hair at the Video Music Awards in 1989.
Of course,
I really don't remember much of it. Because it was 36 years ago. You think it's weed related, but it wasn't.
What the exit is this?
Coming up, end of show makes it David Kekta.
There's always got to be something.
We also have, Joe Grillo. That's right, Joe Grillo did a fun little ditty for us. And next up on the No Agenda stream, trueroom.io and on your modern podcast apps, it's a good show.
Come on, Matt Lowe.
It's Larry and Darren. Of all the shows that kind of mimic No Agenda, I think they're the best. They could take over in 4 years. They'd move up a slot in time. Coming to you from the heart of the Texas Hill Country, right here in Fredericksburg. In the morning, everybody. I'm Adam Kerr.
scary.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it can't snow anymore, but December and January are the mighty weather months.
This is true. And, you know, half of February. But by the time you get to March, you could have a fucking blizzard, but it's gone in a day. So, yeah.
But you're not going to shovel it anyway, so it'll just melt.
No. Let it melt.
It's a perfect time to stay in the house. The No Agenda boys did point out when it comes to the groundhog batting average.
Sucks.
Yeah, 37%. Well, you bet the other way.
Exactly. Yes.
Like, well, okay, if we have a 37% chance of 6 more weeks, that means we have a 63% chance.
I wonder if it's in that thing. I can't remember the name of it now, but I was reading when I was scouring for clips last night. I stumbled on this story about some, I guess it's like, these online or offshore betting things where they'll take bets on anything.
Right.
Like, is Luigi gonna blow his fucking head off? And I mean, just the most insane shit you could imagine. And I would think those guys would probably have a line on the groundhog. And what was the name of it? It's some weird name. Do you know what I'm talking about? This thing?
The betting site? No, but I know.
Yeah, it's a betting site, and of course the Blue Noses are trying to shut it down because they're saying people, like they were betting what neighborhood will next catch fire in Los Angeles, right? And of course everybody says, well, now you're encouraging arson.
Well, they're doing it anyway, so
they're doing it anyway. They're going to do it. They're methods. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. So yeah, and I thought, oh man, this is really great. And they had some really shit. I should have written down. So they some really fucking wild ass, insane bets that people are making.
Now, is this something?
Maybe the trolls know about this. The gambler in the troll room.
It's got to be. And I noticed now watching last night, NASCAR is back.
I hope I didn't get a fucking nail in a tire or something.
But now there are commercials running just that are strictly.
It's gonna be really annoying if I did.
Do you have a camera?
I think this trailer has the integrated.
You guys pushed it.
Did I hear
valve stems for the air system? I don't remember if it does or not. I think it does.
Well, that is Ashland speed.
Well, I don't know if that's what runs off the secondary tanks. Because there's no reason, it's not going below 100, but as soon as it gets to 120, it drops to 100, which is very fucking conservative. Because oh my god, because I don't know, like the main tanks are doing it. Maybe my airline's cheap because it was rubbing on the on my chains that I have out there. So maybe it's the airline, maybe your seal failed.
Well, half the field crashed on the first lap, so there was that.
Okay.
Like, wow, I was coming to the green flag. It's like, wow, you fuckers didn't handle your high very well. But racing little Mazda MX-5s, which get up to a certain pretty good clip, and at Daytona, it is, they use the road course, and they're not just going around the big oval where you pick up a ton of speed, but you are using the same corner, so they're getting up to a decent amount of miles per hour, and there's drafting involved and all of that, and it's one of those series where in order to
Okay, let me figure out what the fuck is going on. I don't really have time to be fucking around because I slept in too much. Shouldn't have fucking slept in.
18 years old, it's like, damn, you're having fun.
Damn it.
You know, so the race.
I did have time, but I had to stop with these paperwork and then I still got 3 hours to spare. So that's plenty of time.
Yeah, sure.
Right out, just do your own thing.
Now I want to do that outdoors. I want to be off of that acetone shit, whatever it is. I always feel bad that all the women in those things, they're wearing just those goofy, cloth masks. I'm convinced they do absolutely
my secondary tank still.
Oh yeah.
Lower with governor kicked in. Okay. And it's holding. What about when I press the brakes? Dropped, dropped. And it holds there. So that tells me I don't think it's anything to do with the trailer. So what about when I lower that? Just do the trailer brakes. By holding, yep. running with it. Scales open. Okay, it's going into Arkansas. It's Tennessee. No. Good. Good. Okay, fuck it. We are running with it. Well, as long as no scales and it's not the primary tank. So, you know what? We're gonna run with it because I'll be in the yard tomorrow. We can fix it there. Oh, come on, people. Just get me the fuck out of here. Okay, Habibi. I don't have very much time. How much time? Oh, I've got 6 hours. Fuck, dude, I've wasted so much time today. Fucking not doing shit. Tank's holding. Come on, truck, go, go, go. I'm going that way. What are you doing, dude? Obviously, I'm making a maneuver. All right. time. Well, there goes my 3-hour leeway. Kind of. Well, it's 2.5. Okay, that's good. Motherfucker. Of course something breaks. Okay, Speed Racer. Oh my god. He's doing like 20 miles an hour. Turning? I'm gonna say yes. Dodge the potholes. Okay, fuck. Dude, fuck the South. It's humid as fuck. It's all gay.
Like, hey, you know, we have a choice. You know, we can freak out and follow every other thing around, you know, like a cat, you know, with a laser right, you know, after everyone. But I'm not that guy. I'm not going to be the Democrat. Okay. You know, for me, there's things I'm going to agree with, I'm going to disagree with, but I'm in the business of finding wins for Pennsylvania and for the nation and engaging the president. I think I see that as doing my job.
They don't like that at all.
No, I know. And then
those bitches are furious at him.
Yeah, so then a couple of people start cheering in the audience, and they go, "Oh no." But I'm glad the guy's recovering, because you remember when he first got elected, he couldn't make a sentence because of the strokes.
He was fucked up. I mean, I remember thinking, this guy, he can't go on like this. So
right.
Whatever, you know. I'm no expert on stroke victims, but the few that I've known, they didn't snap back the way this guy did. So I don't know, whatever vitamins they put him on or therapies, shit, it worked.
Yeah, which is good when you're in the government. It would be nice for you to be able to make a coherent sentence.
Yes.
You went down to Mar-a-Lago and met with the president, and he actually was singing your praises after. He said you were fascinating, impressive, a common sense person. I agree with him on that. Not a liberal or a conservative. I'm curious what your takeaway was from meeting with him, and what, if you found that there's any specific policy areas you think you can work with him on.
Yeah, well, I think overall it was a positive experience. I mean, he was kind, he was cordial. It wasn't in any kind of theater. It wasn't trying to get your picture taken to kind of put something out on social media. It was just really a conversation. I actually spoke for over an hour. And overall, my wife was there, and she might be watching right now at home. Hi, Giselle, you're home. And she was there as well too. And we just had a conversation. And one of the things can we agree on? Well, one of the things that was was easy. Like the Dreamers, the Dreamers immigration on that. And Giselle was part of that community, and we both had the opportunity to express that. I would also,
which I'm sure they're like, what do you mean immigration? You agree with them on immigration?
I'd like to know what he meant by that, because the Dreamer thing.
I was wondering if my fan was kicked on all day. Must be that clutch issue. From what I was reading on a forum, it was a fan clutch fitting. A guy that was having an identical problem. Because the leak coming from the engine bay. I didn't find out exactly where, but it sounds just like where that fan fitting is. And it was the same thing, Cascadia, similar amount of miles. So.
Some people on that side wants to go after that and weaponize that. So for me, those are kind of issues. Other things that we can agree on as well. But overall, it was just a straight up conversation, and I just have a rule. Like, I'm going to engage and have a conversation that's anyone playing it straight, and that's me doing my job again.
You did get
So this is now Anna Navarro, the hater of all haters.
She's always pissed off.
And she's sitting right next to him, too. I was just waiting for him to smack her.
Doing my job again.
You did get a lot of criticism for it from some people.
And you mean she means herself is what she's gonna say.
Or some people like me.
Who thought you going to Mar-a-Lago gives cover to Trump by creating the solution that he's amenable to working with Democrats. I was
giving cover to Donald Trump that he's amenable and wants to work with Democrats. Well, he fucking does, you dumb bitch.
He invited the guy to his fucking home, idiot. What more do you want?
I know. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, giving him cover.
She's just impossibly stupid, that woman. She really is.
It's like he's still the president, sweetie. What do you mean, giving him cover?
I was very supportive of when people like Mitt Romney and Rob Portman worked with Joe Biden, so I understand the need for bipartisanship.
That's bipartisanship. When rhinos work with a Democrat, that's bipartisanship. But when a Democrat tries to work with Trump, then, oh no, you're giving him cover.
I didn't love the optics.
Oh, the optics of him. Oh, how dare you go to Mar-a-Lago? The optics. How dare you travel to Trump's home? How dare you?
Of you going to Mar-a-Lago. He was going to, which is his palace.
What do you mean his palace? If you look for the word there, like, you went to his palace. So that's his home. I mean, really, I would think this is much more of an honor than getting invited to the White House to come sit by, with him behind the desk at the Oval Office. That seems more like a kid being called into the principal's office at...
Yes, true.
Or, hey, come out to my house. Maybe we'll play golf or whatever it is.
You'll have a Diet Pepsi.
Coke. Diet Coke.
Coke, excuse me.
He was going to be in Washington a week later. But what was your goal? And do you feel ultimately you were successful?
Well, here's what happened. I was being lazy on the couch at like Friday night, and my team reached out saying, hey, and I don't know if this is like a trolling or a hoax, but they extended an invitation. What do you think? I'm like, well, I mean, if they're playing it straight, then I think it's pretty reasonable to have a conversation, inviting me to engage, and I visited it. So maybe some people would be critical of that, but for me, engaging the president, I think when you're in this business, I mean, that's part of the job. Anymore you would criticize Governor Newsom, that received the president in California. We're going to find a way to work together. I mean, that's where we are, and I hope maybe you are watching are tired of just like the I'd like more bipartisan kinds of things, and you are going to agree with things, and you're going to disagree with things, and I'm going to fights. I'm going to. I've chosen not to add to the chief online or go after things I don't find helpful, and if those kinds of things were helpful,
always, yes.
And so while I don't really, quite trust Fetterman. He seems like he's come around as at least a rational person who is, sadly, after a massive stroke, able to make more cognizant points than the people being paid millions of dollars on The View.
Oh, God, yeah.
It's like, and I don't get, I mean, again, this is ABC News. Why would you be doing, I mean, everybody thinks The View is due for a big shakeup, yeah.
All these guys dropping like flies, Acosta and Chuck Todd. I mean, the whole thing is imploding. The legacy's imploding. The legacy media is absolutely imploding.
Wait, you don't think Acosta going to Substack, he's going to make tons of money just like he was at his millions of dollars at CNN?
That's Dvorak. He's got a Substack.
Yeah. So, not there to make you millions of dollars.
Okay.
Not going to happen. But that's okay. You don't need, maybe he just doesn't need millions of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, he probably put a few bucks aside being the asshole he was all those years on the White House beat, and it's probably pretty well set.
And the DEI stuff, of course, there was some stuff with the plane crash in D.C.
They're not all amazing. And they sell them all like they're amazing. Absolutely. That's the problem. Some of them are great. Like Viagra's fantastic. Like, it's really good stuff. There's a bunch of stuff like that that really works. There's a bunch of drugs that really help people. There's a bunch of drugs that brilliant scientists have developed that definitely help people live longer and live healthier lives. But also, they're in the business of selling medicine, selling pharmaceutical drugs. And so there's a lot of stuff that they sell that is not good for you. Overall net negative. When you look at the amount of drugs that get pulled, that get endorsed and then supported by the FDA, and then they have to pull them, wasn't it like 30%? Something in the range?
Yes, and that is the tip of the iceberg. We do not have, just as we don't have a journalistic layer that exposes people in Congress who are lying to us and aspects of the government that are corrupt, we don't have a university system that can...
I don't really like Brett Weinstein. Maybe it's his cadence or the way he talks, but I don't know, I'm not too fond of him.
Science and can be relied on to tell us what the impact of a drug or a food additive is, right? The whole system is missing in action.
Right. The whole system is paid for by the pharmaceutical drug companies. They pay for tests, they pay for studies. They support organizations that are supposed to be regulating them. The whole thing is bananas.
Everything that is supposed to evaluate something like safety or efficacy or analyze net effects, anything like that, has been captured by the PR wing. And so, to navigate a world like that. I mean, and we know that this encompasses everything. You know, how many people's doctors are pharma skeptical? Right? Your doctor should be very pharma skeptical. I don't know that this drug is actually a benefit to you, but know that the doctors have become pushers.
Right. Because they've been compromised. And also, I mean, that's literally the system that they're created from. That they're sent out into the hospitals immediately with that. And it's so difficult for a doctor to step outside the system and be independent. When they do, they get attacked. Like, how many doctors lost their licenses because they were trying to prescribe ivermectin to people who had COVID?
Yeah, almost all doctors who were found themselves chased out of a job or in jeopardy to their license or slandered in the media. And, you know, I'm sure you're in the same position. Frankly, the only doctors I trust at this point were the ones who were willing to pay a price to tell me the truth.
Yeah. My doctor that I know out here won a case, but they were about to lose their license.
Yeah.
And just for prescribing ivermectin.
No, that should be your first question, Doc, is how did you do over COVID?
Yeah.
And if they have nothing interesting to say, I would just turn around and walk out the door.
Yeah, imagine going to a doctor right now and they're telling you should get your COVID shots. You should stay up to date. Imagine.
Well, I find that bad, but at least I know how to interpret that. What I don't understand is what I'm supposed to do with the doctor who did recommend the shots, stopped recommending them, and has not said something about the change in their perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a problem with that with social media influencers too.
100%.
People that were pushing it and then have not publicly corrected course. Have not said I was wrong and this is why I was wrong. Like, I can't fuck with you anymore. If you can't say that you were wrong about that, then I just can't.
100%. It is a test of integrity. And you wouldn't want to go to a doctor that didn't have high integrity at a moment like this. Your doctor needs unusually high levels of integrity, and what we've seen is unusually low levels. And the same thing with social media influencers, as you called them. Anybody in the public sphere should go back and they should do an accounting of what they said, what they thought, how they got there, how that played out in the end, when they changed their mind, and what they said about it publicly.
Yeah.
Right? I must say I'm constantly in a battle with the ultra cynics who claim to have gotten everything right during COVID because basically they never believe anything. It's not a method.
You got lucky.
Right, you got lucky. So it happened that you
stumbled into a full con game.
You stumbled into a con game, and yes, you didn't buy it, but that's not a demonstration that you know how to think through the next one.
Right.
Right?
Correct.
It doesn't demonstrate anything.
Right.
So what I really want are people who had a good track record and who know what mistakes they made and know how not to make them in the future. Those are the people that we should be paying attention to.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a fun time though. It's fun because things are actually happening, which is very different than most of the time when people get elected. Most of the time when people get elected, they claim all these things when they're running for president, then they get into office and not much changes. And in fact, a lot of what they campaigned on, they don't practice at all. Like a great example is the Obama administration. The Hope and Change website had to be changed because there was a bunch of stuff in there about whistleblowers, protecting whistleblowers, which they didn't do at all. They were some of the worst. It was one of the worst administrations for whistleblowers.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, I think what we have seen over you and I are about the same age, what we have seen over our entire lifetime is...
You know, I really hate
elections
when people try to pass you and you're not finished done
but they just swap.
I just find it
who's in power and who's out of power. The point is, the system is in power.
2 seconds are going to make a difference.
People in the roles to deliver the speeches change, but they're just basically trading off. And so I have the sense that you and I are now watching the outcome of the first genuine election since 1963.
Yeah, I've heard that argued. That 63, when they assassinated Kennedy, that was the last time we had a real president. It was an actual person who was trying to change things and put things in a position where he felt it was beneficial to the entire country.
Right, and it changes the feel of this in two ways. One of them is just unfamiliar to us because we've been watching theater for our entire lives and being told that it was the transfer of power. And the other is that there's a lot of pent-up need for change because you've effectively had a cryptic power structure that never gets displaced, that has gotten so entrenched that rooting it out takes, frankly, an extraordinary, in every sense of the word, person like Donald Trump.
And an extraordinary team. Imagine he was doing this. Imagine he's trying to do Doge without Elon.
Well, Heather and I took a lot of flack after the first assassination attempt of Trump, where we both perceived, I think we were actually perceiving this before, but the assassination attempt really kicked it off. We perceived that this was a different person than the first administration's Trump, that he had matured and he had been forged by all of the lawfare that had been deployed against him, and that it had been good for him. And in fact, I hate to say this because I have my doubts, of course, about the election of 2020, but I don't think what he is currently doing would have been possible if he had won and been inaugurated in 2020.
I think you're right. I think also the public wouldn't have supported it if they didn't see 4 years of the Biden administration and how crazy everything was.
Yeah.
And then having gone through COVID and watching the economy collapse and watching, you know, hurricanes coming, is like the most important thing for a hurricane is to get vaccinated. Remember that?
I do now.
Hurricanes coming, get vaccinated.
Yeah.
It's very important. Everything's harder. Vaccinated.
Everything.
We lived in a movie. We went
directed movie with, you know, an extraordinary budget and almost no need to pay attention to continuity. It was weird. It was bad.
But at least we know. But I think that really woke a lot of people up. You know, so-called red pilled a lot of people. I think that 4 years was important to get to where we are now.
It was essential.
Where most people are aware. Like, I think if you had gone to 2018 and had like a real conversation with most people in this country about the level of corruption, it would be a fraction of what they believe it to be now. It's a fraction.
I know this to be true because, you know, I tried to spark Unity 2020 and make it work.
And you were banned on Twitter.
I was.
Explain that to people, because one of the things, the difference between the new Twitter, thank God for Elon Musk, and the old Twitter, you guys tried to put together
this shilling for Elon that fucking Rogan does is
and the right together for the good of the country.
Frustrating.
Like, that's dangerous.
Because Elon is not.
It's dangerous, and they even lied about us. They said that we were engaged in inauthentic behavior. Basically, they accused us of using bots, which we didn't. So anyway, that's the world we were in 2020.
And headed to a more controlling world.
Right. And then in 2024, you know, there's what I think of as a continuation of the same idea, right? There's, you know, Rescue the Republic was what it looked like in 2024, and the point is that actually worked. That was an organic unity movement, and it took advantage of the fact that, you know, Maha had already catalyzed as Kennedy and Trump had gotten together, and so
that was huge. That was a huge part of it, because Kennedy had so many supporters. Even in many states, he was like bordering like 25-30%, which is really crazy for an independent. And when he went over to Trump, and then all those people like, oh my God, I have hope now. People who are vaccine injured, people who are very skeptical about certain pharmaceutical drugs that may have caused them harm, people who knew Bobby's history of being an environmental attorney and all the amazing work that he did then, those people got on board with the Trump administration, and I think that was huge. And now with Tulsi, I think that's huge as well. I think, you know, when Elon took over Doge, that was like the final Avenger. Like, having that team together is such a unique team where you have prominent former Democrats, former 8-time Democrat for 8 years, Democrat congresswoman, who also served overseas in a medical unit twice. Like, this is, you've got an extraordinary group of human beings.
Extraordinary group of human beings, all of whom I think took very real risks.
Oh yeah.
At the very least with their reputations.
Well, Tulsi got put on a terrorist watch list.
Of course.
Which is fucking crazy.
And it was a gamble. Each of these people, you know, Kennedy, Musk, Tulsi, they knew that they were taking that risk. And it was clear that they were motivated by patriotism. That they actually, I mean, this is what a soldier does, right? You know that you're taking risks for something that matters more than you.
Yes.
And, you know, to watch Elon do it, I think also was just remarkable, because of course in Elon's position he could have done, you know, what Zuckerberg does, right? And he could have played it safe and kept his options open and done what he was told, right, and then, you know, apologized for it later, sort of, right? That wasn't what Musk did. He actually had the courage of his convictions. As many people have noted, his liberation of X set the stage for this election to even happen. That there wasn't anything you could put over on us that we couldn't unpack and, you know, crowdsource a better interpretation of on X. And even if most people weren't on X, it was enough that their narrative engine just didn't work.
Right.
So,
And if you look at a viral post on X, a viral post about something that's very important, like that has to do with USAID, you will see 7 million, 8 million views, 10 million views. There's nothing equivalent like that to mainstream media. There's nothing even close. There's nothing even close. Maybe a very viral YouTube clip, but these are every day, all day long. There's posts that have 7 million, 5 million, 3 million. And people are reposting them as well and sharing them and taking the information and posting them, you know, without credit. There's a lot of that going on. So there's the actual amount of the information that gets out is far more than it would have ever happened without Elon taking over Twitter. It's probably changed the course of our civilization in a way that nothing else could have done.
yes, and I think it's a little bit deceptive because its size doesn't quite explain its impact, but it's a little bit like the higher reasoning centers of the brain. Like there's a collective consciousness in which we figure out what we think is true, and it's been downstream of this amazing propaganda engine. Well, we're now learning to spot the propaganda and to understand what it really means and to figure out what it's cloaking. And a lot of that is happening on Twitter because it can. And it's actually forcing, you know, Facebook to come around, right?
Right.
Which, of course, you know, I usually say that 0 is a special number, meaning in a world with no social media platforms where you can speak freely and reason with others, there's no pressure to start doing that. But once you have one, any social media platform that doesn't allow you to speak freely is at a competitive disadvantage. And so, you know, Elon freeing X actually liberated the others, and they're beginning to move in the right direction, which frankly is part of why this era just feels different.
Yeah, it's very interesting times. And then on top of that, we're being invaded by UFOs. So it's all happening.
I have not noticed that.
Are you watching News Nation? What's wrong with you? You're so not informed.
I am not informed. I'm waiting for some sort of compelling evidence that something extraterrestrial is going on.
I'm talking to everybody, and the more people I talk to, the less I know.
Well, there's that.
The more information I get from all these people that have had UFO and alien encounters and experiences, and whistleblowers, and the more I talk to them, the less I feel like I know. I do not feel like it's... And then on top of that, I'm in the middle of Jacques Vallée's books, which are very wild. Like Jacques Vallée, I had him on the podcast a long time ago, and he's coming back on again. But the first time I had him on, I only knew him as the French scientist that had the character in Close Encounters of the First Kind was based on him. Do you know the character, the French character that brings together the military to try to communicate with the aliens? It's based on Jacques Vallée, who's been studying UFOs like for decades, like since like the 50s and the 60s. And boy, the more you read about his take on things, the more it's very confusing. Because these fucking stories are the same stories that have been going on for hundreds of years. They're not even modern. You know, when we think of them, we think of like Kenneth Arnold seeing the flying saucers and coining the phrase in the 1950s. Like, no, these stories have been like real similar for hundreds of years. That there's some phenomenon that people occasionally encounter. And it's real similar. It's similar enough for people that weren't aware of the narrative that you have to wonder what the fuck is actually going on.
Yeah, I think you do have to wonder what the fuck is actually going on. On the other hand, I think there's a whole range of possibilities that don't involve anything extraterrestrial.
I think there's a bunch of shit that doesn't involve anything extraterrestrial that's happening at the same time as a bunch of shit don't have explanations for.
Well,
that's what I think.
You wouldn't... That would not be shocking. If there was something to cover, you might decide instead of trying to keep it under wraps, you would bury it in so much low-quality bullshit that nobody'd be able to find it.
That's what it feels like to me. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like to me that this is there's a lot of people that I think are trying to do the right thing, a lot of whistleblowers that are really trying to educate the American public, but I don't know who they really are doing the bidding of. I don't know they even know. I think if I was the government, let's pretend that I was some gigantic arm of the military-industrial complex and I had some literal recovered flying saucers, I would come up with the dumbest fucking stories and hope this shit, and the more dumb shit they leak, the more the actual reality back engineer the propulsion system, really did apply it to drones, and they really are flying them around, and they have. Well, what I would do, I would make up some crazy shit about, you know, a mothership that's 47 years away and it's coming and it's as big as a planet, and I would come up with the wackiest stuff possible and like get it all out there, put it all out there. We have 57 different species all in a fucking freezer somewhere in Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and I'd just like ramp up the bullshit in as many ways as possible. You know, they've controlled all our nuclear test codes and they hover over our facilities. We're powerless to control them. I would say everything as wacky and crazy as possible so I could keep flying around these gravity propulsion vehicles that we've developed.
Well, I must tell you, I'm skeptical that those vehicles are vehicles.
What do you think they are?
Projections.
Projections?
Yeah.
In what way? But what if you could monitor them on, if you see them on radar, if they visual, they've seen them going.
I'm having a deja vu moment here, or we've discussed this before, I don't know which it is, but the basic rubric is physical stuff displaces air, which means it makes noise when it moves. And right. I don't quite see the logic behind suppressing that fully. I don't see the capacity to suppress it fully. Who knows what I don't know? But my guess is if you had actual craft moving around in the ways that people who have observed these things think they've seen it, that noise would be an inherent part of the phenomenon. And
but why would that be the case if it operates on a gravity propulsion system that essentially bends space around it, and instead of creating a sonic boom because it's flying through the air, it's not flying through the air, it's displacing space?
Well, I don't even know what space means.
I don't know what a gravity propulsion system means.
Right. So,
but I'm trying to imagine some futuristic sci-fi version of a propulsion system that doesn't involve pushing something out the back. It doesn't involve exhaust, like a rocket.
I'm not necessarily requiring engine noise. I'm requiring
air noise, passing through the air.
Yeah, passing through the air noise. That, you know, as the air collapses, as the craft moves, the air collapses behind it. That you'd hear something.
You mean when it's moving fast?
Yes, especially if it's moving fast.
But if it's not really displacing the air around it, and if this is what allows it to go through the water as well with extreme speed, it's one of the crazier things that they've monitored is something moving underwater that's huge, like size of a couple of football fields at 500 knots.
So this is exactly my problem. Is there's two realms. There's a realm in which I understand the physics of the enough that I evaluate that claim, and then I can say, well, it's not obvious to me how you go through the water. The water has to be displaced, and water is denser than air in terms of how much matter there is, how many particles there are, and therefore it ought to be harder to move through than air. I would expect noise in the air. I would expect something similar in the water. And the fact that these things behave in a couple of different ways. One, they're silent. Two, they turn in ways that would challenge a biological critter profoundly. Three, they move at speeds that are improbable in light of what we understand. Now, I'm not saying there can't be lots of stuff we don't understand, but what I'm saying is all of those things have a simplest explanation, which is that craft isn't matter. Right? It's a projection.
Now, what science, what kind of technology would even be available that could create a projection like that?
Well, that I believe we have. I'm not expert in it, but you can project from above or below onto material. It could even, I think, be done in clear skies, right? Especially if you had a substrate, and I don't know whether to go down this road.
Let's go down that road. What do you mean?
Well, there seems to be a certain amount of experimentation with particles being released from aircraft for some reason. I would assume, and have long assumed, that there is experimentation with altering the albedo of the Earth so it reflects more light back into space.
Well, there's certainly proposals. There's certainly been discussed, and this is something that Bill Gates has been involved in.
Yeah, and I don't think, one of the things that many of us came to understand during proposals is that very often the proposal comes after the experiments have already begun, right? You propose an experiment that you've already done, and then you recoup your investment when the grant is given. So anyway, I believe that there's been some experimentation with releasing particles. I think it's an insane experiment to run. It's diabolical, frankly. You have no right to alter the Earth's atmosphere without us at least having a global public discussion about the consequences. I believe this is an informed consent violation, and that I take those things very seriously, though those were hanging offenses at the end of World War II. But nonetheless, if you drop particles into the atmosphere, those particles are largely not visible, right? They have impacts, but could they be used to project a craft that wasn't onto a substrate you can't quite see? I don't know.
It would have to be a substrate, so would there have to be particles, or is there a potential technology that would allow you to project something into the just actual air, clear blue sky, a physical thing, something that looks like a physical thing?
Well, let's put it this way. First of all, there are always particles, even if what we're talking about is air.
Navy laser creates plasma UFOs.
It's at least 4 years old. Remember I showed you that one YouTube video that one time that shows this little plasma things dancing in the air?
Oh yeah, find that video.
Yeah, this almost describes that. They've created stuff to trick missiles and different homing devices. Not that that's what this is, but it's a potential explanation for what some of it is.
It's in the right neighborhood in that video. So let's just say, first of all, this is where I would want a robust university system and a robust journalistic system to dig, because there's a lot you need to know that you could figure out.
Alright, it's getting dark. I'm gonna stop the stream
distant craft
because the GoPro doesn't really work well at night.
Let me just give you an example.
So for those of you that have watched, thanks for watching.